G'day, kia ora, hello, and how are ya? It's day number 7, the final day of play-ins as we close things out with a last chance qualifier. That is right, 3 teams. They've already qualified for the group stages, and now it's time to find out which team today will be joining them. Hello everyone, welcome back to the panel. Welcome back to the virtual arena. My name is Skimmy. I have been your host, and I'll continue to be your host as we lead things into this magical moment of a single best of 5 to play things out, where we end the day and start the day with these 2 handsome gentlemen to my side. They are my sidekicks. They are the ones that love to play good cop, bad cop, to give you the smiles, to give you the anger, and to give you all the hard-hitting evidence. I'm joined by Gamer Nearsome and Omo. Omo, how are we feeling today, mate?
I'm feeling great. It's been a long week, but I'm hyped, right? Like you said, it all comes down to this, and I honestly feel bad for these 2 teams because there's got to be a lot of pressure on them right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a little bit confusing going from finals day to final day, but, you know, I think we'll make do.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. And I'm sure the viewers at home will make do as well, because you could also make some memes, some content. You could get yourself excited and get posting, really, more so than anything. What else would you want to be doing with your time? Use the hashtag SCAChamps. Go to social media. It could be Twitter. It could be Facebook. It could be whatever your preference is. We don't care. Just get some memes out there. Watch it on whatever your platform desires. And give me something to analyze. Because, look, I can't analyze the games. That's why I have these 2 guys to my sides to do all the big thinking for me. I'm just here to talk nonsense. I'm just reading what the script says. And it tells me, SCAChamps, the hashtag, it's glorious. And it is what you should be doing. Now, guys, obviously what we have to dissect today is a single best of 5. Unfortunately, QWQ have pulled out, unable to field the roster. So we're going to scrap all those best of 2s. We're going straight into the belly of the beast with that one single best of 5. And to get excited for that, right afterwards, we'll then have that live group stage to figure out what the groups will look like. So there's a lot to digest, a lot to look forward to. And before we jump into that, let's play the highlights from yesterday, because let's see where things sort of led us to this point in time. So let's bring it up on your screen now, and we can see why 3 finals have been concluded here, Omo.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty exciting one, honestly. I mean, Team Flash versus QWQ, I would say, was the most one-sided match that we've seen. Everything else was intense, right? We see Divine Esports going up against Buriram United. We will see play again today. Although it was a 3-0, I think our general consensus was that it was relatively close for a 3-0. Divine Esports, they had an amazing performance, but BRU still managed to punch back and find their moments. And I think the standout for me especially was Kinemon on that Kaiser. He was really popping off today, and going up against Danny after his performance yesterday, I feel like Kinemon is definitely going to be favored in that matchup.
Yeah, Divine Esports really managed to find some amazing, I guess just mental, just coming back from like
just
that
amazing form,
really, yeah, just in great form, coming back from that set against well, basically against Boom Esports, right? Where they dropped it 0-3 to begin with, and then they came back looking so much better. And then after our second series, Flash Wolves versus Fan University, you know, Fan University, they took it to a lead. They were prepared were in prime position to grab the full win. Unfortunately, I think there just wasn't quite the tempo there. Flash was managed to kind of recover from that start, and yeah, it looks like well, Fenway University, I don't think that the losses yesterday are going to impact them too much. I mean, they still have a second chance back into the group stage. I think this is what they were looking for either way, and it's going to be a pretty close match overall.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I don't know how mentally strong as a team I would say Fano Adversity are. They are like the young guns when you think about it. And after their game 3 loss yesterday, they just got worse and worse every single game. While I'm hoping they come back and show us the performance that they put on in the first 2 games they had against Flash Wolves, that was amazing. I have some doubts.
Yes, and I think a wise man once told me, he said, being 2-0 up may be the scariest place to be, because you're one step through that door to say, we're winning, we're successful, but then you're 3 games away from the opposition saying, what on earth is going on? And we heard it from the winners interview last night from Flash Wolves that, look, we never doubted ourselves, we were confident. And that's what Buriram will be looking to be confident tonight here. They're a team that have showcased that they can go undefeated, but they had that little blip on the radar last night, and they'll be looking to come back with a bang.
They will indeed. I mean, the BRU that we saw last night, we felt like it was a bit uncharacteristic. We feel like they didn't do what they needed to do and what brought them a lot of success. A lot of fingers were pointed at Archony in the mid lane. We say he didn't really do as much as Coyote. He didn't really do what he's been doing the last few matches. Noel as well. This guy, when we saw them destroy teams like BJD, we saw them play through Noel and carry top laners. This time around, though, going up against TANX, I don't know if it was fear or if it was caution, but he opted not to pick these up and opted for much safer picks instead, and that saw the BRU roster really just lack carries across the board.
Yeah, they had a few moments where they were trying to showcase what they could do, but they weren't able to really project that personality into the game. They'll be hoping for a different turnaround tonight here, Grandin, as their opposition, Fenway University, will be also maybe even more motivated now to try and go out and get the win.
For sure. I mean, Fenway University, you look back at the way they play, they're still pretty aggressive. They're still looking pretty good form. I mean, they had some weird moments with power on the Fiora where they couldn't quite identify their win condition. But then again, you look back to Fenway University, they're very similar to Divine Esports. They play towards a strong top side. You have a really good mid laner that's able to play solid, play control mages and the like. It feels like going back into this one, they still have the advantage that Divine Esports had over Buriram United, and so I still think they have a pretty good shot at taking this one overall. Now, their main problem is going to be identifying these win conditions going into the mid to late game and not being baited out to say we have to take these fights, because sure, it's going to be a huge control mage, it's going to have a lot of opportunities for good fights, but you still have to play to your proper win conditions.
How do we see this playing out then, Omo, given that both teams have found themselves in this position, that there are clear discrepancies between what makes them both so strong? Top lane obviously a key area to focus on, but do we see the strength being found elsewhere? Because I'm looking at some of these bans. Renekton in that top lane only looks like the pick that's going to get contested. Outside of that, you're looking at very different champion pools between the likes of a Fiora or a Riven.
I think that the identity of Fenway Adversity is more set in that they are definitely going to play through jungle top, right? That is 100% their identity. That's something they've done all season long. Whereas on the side of Buriram United, they are a little bit more flexible. They have the ability to play through Noel, but they can also play through their bot lane. And we saw Kinemon with such a big carry for them yesterday that I could see them wanting to replicate that element of their success. Whereas Fenway Adversity, I don't think they will deviate from playing for power, and I don't think that Danny is someone who they will want to try to play through, right? And I think that a joke that I made yesterday when we were doing our meetings was that when you compare Buriram's 2 opponents, Fenway Adversity as well as Divine Esports, the meme basically goes, you go to your mom and you say, I want Tan X and LAN, and then your mom's like, we have Tan X and LAN at home, and then he shows you Domain and Power. That's basically the idea here, right? It's like a budget version of what Divine Esports are running. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's basically the gist of it. And I'm a bit curious to see whether Buriram can withstand this onslaught. I'm hopeful though.
Yeah, when you take a look back to what they've been doing, Buriram United have really been able to play towards that top side very well. And so there is a pretty good chance that we're going to see a clash between them. If BRU take one of those games to just say, hey, we're going to clash within the top lane, we're going to figure out exactly what you do and what you play. And if we win those matchups, then there's no reason to not just keep pushing that issue, right? If you can just win the 2v2 matchup, the strongest point of Fenway University outright, then that's all you really have to do. I mean, but towards the other parts of the map, Show has been showing some good form with stuff like the Oriana. There's been a lot of discussion about his control mage pickups. But I also feel like he's a little bit too restricted there, in that he only really has shown great form on his control mage pickups, whereas Archnie, you know, he's just been very good at stuff like the Twisted Fate and Ziggs, being able to act as a supplementary kind of pick control mage, kind of like pick comp player kind of style.
That's a big DPM as well to talk about here, fellas. The fact that these guys are pumping out significant damage, but they do have such polarizing styles. You could almost look at this and say, okay, Archnie may just be the best right now because the KDA speaks for itself, but I guess you are seeing that perhaps a little bit more inflated, given the fact that he is playing the Twisted Fate and the Ziggs, that he is able to then try and farm from afar, be a factor to talk about, whereas Show has played 8 games of this Orianna, running it back multiple times, only a handful, a very small sample size outside of those ones there, Romo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both of these guys have very overlapping champion pools. It's something that we talked about yesterday, was that in this matchup, the spiciest thing that we might see is something like a TF-RE matchup in the mid lane, and that's about it, right? That's about as juicy as we're going to get today. They have very similar champion pools in the sense that they both like mages, but I think the points that you guys brought up was great, right? The thing that sets Archnie apart is that he's more willing to play, or more able to play, these global style roaming characters. So he's able to play TF pretty well, he plays the Galio as well, and I think that that's something that will, I hope, give BRU a leg up over Fan University.
Yeah, both sides like to play for a slower early game. I don't exactly want to call it slow, because it's more like they want to play for a gentleman's agreement where they say, you know what, let's play for our best life. We're going to ignore fighting in the early game. Instead, we're going to work towards scaling into the mid game, into the late game, where they're going to have that point of power. And that's kind of where, you know, BRU and Fennel would probably divert from the matches that we've seen so far, and both are kind of willing to make this agreement.
Sure, and I mean, there's a good point to raise also that Buriram have actually had the quickest game in the play-in so far. There was a 11-minute and 59-second game up against Boom Esports, where they ran it down with the only game of the Pantheon in this series so far. It looked pretty strong. It looked pretty good, so they'll be hoping that they can try and bust out some spicy picks to get that level of success once more. Let's see how successful we are on the panel. Let's bring up those predictions and see which way we think this last chance qualifier may go. And okay, so me and Grandin on the hype train here for Fennel University. We've seen them, they've played 10 games against this Flash Wolf side. They've done the back-to-back best of 5. I think for me that says it all, that they can, you know, contest at this highest level. But Omar, you've gone the other way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that BRU have shown that they could relatively withstand the onslaught of Divine. Even though they got slaughtered in Tree's games, they still had good moments. They still had moments where they were shining. And I think against a team which, to me, is a weaker version of Divine, with weaker individual players, weaker mechanics, I feel like BRU as a whole can pull through. With that said, though, I think that this is going to be a very close one, and it honestly could go either way.
Score prediction?
3-2.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Omo brings up some great points, but I think that I focus a little bit more on the idea of like a type advantage. You know, you have a water type
like
against
Pokemon.
a fire type. Yeah, you have a water type versus a fire type. It doesn't matter if you're not like water mud against fire, right? You're still water type, and you still have enough of an advantage. And I think that just the nature of their playstyle and the way they go about things, I think Fennel University pull ahead with the slight lead. But yeah, that being said, though, I think BRU are going to have a tough time closing games against them. So I'm just going to put it at 3-1 Fennel University.
Fennel University 3-1. Well, I've gone to 3-2 as well, because I love to see a series go all the way down to the end, because it's a little bit exciting. You know, you have to sit down a little bit longer in those gaming chairs and get yourself strapped in for a little bit of excitement. So I'm quite excited to see where this match will go. I do believe we have some highlights as well, so let's bring those ones up and sort of get ourselves now into the mental focus, maybe the visual focus more so than anything, as to what we can expect, because this is Buriram starting off the tournament exceedingly strong.
Yeah, so Buriram, if you take a look at the clips that we've kind of curated from the past couple of matches, this kind of highlights how well they play towards the top side, right? This is the stuff they like to try and get done, getting the well ahead where they can, and it's very similar for Fennel University as well. So we could see a lot of clashing happen here, where they end up trying to fight towards the top side. If BRU get one good game with this, they're likely going to keep trying to press this issue because it's so much more evident for them. Whereas Fennel University, we've also seen some really good moments. Like, look at how well they're able to rotate to match these movements aggressively from guys like Flash Wolves, guys at the top of the ladder, and we, you know, could still see them succeed in the group stages. So overall, it's a very tight match, and I think it really just depends on how well they're able to execute these strategies.
Interesting, interesting. I have noticed that some of the bans do overlap between both of these teams on their road to make it here for this last chance qualifier. One that speaks volumes to me is the AD carry rise of the Varus, really giving the birth to the double poke now of comps that include the Ziggs as well and become far too much a threat far too early on into the game. But then we can't forget some of these pocket picks. I look at Noel, who has had Singe be the most banned champion against their team as a whole. But then you flip the side and you look at Federal University, and Rakan's copped 7 bans here, Amo.
Yeah, to be fair, Rakan is just a broken champion, and to some extent, so is Varus, right? So I completely agree with why teams would be wanting to ban these champions away. However, when you're playing up against a team like Fano Adversity, I think that that's true, that it's more extreme, right? Danny is typically someone who is more than happy to just be playing on his own, clearing out waves, and if you let Rafi find roam timings together with Domain, then that's when I think they look the strongest. So banning away Rakan and champions along those lines, which can do that, which is honestly, when you think about it, only Rakan, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they've tried a couple of times, I think, to pull Thresh in as sort of like a pseudo Rakan replacement, but it doesn't function the same way, really, you know? It doesn't allow you to have these like snappy engages, and the thing with Rakan as well is that it buys so much time to try and disengage. The issue with Thresh is really that the enemy team's already collapsed into you. Like, you can flay them, you can kind of like displace them a little bit, but it doesn't do all that much. Where we have seen Thresh succeed, though, is in compositions where teams are willing to play Yasuo, for example, right? And then that actually has some additional value, makes it valuable enough. So hopefully don't see that coming through from Federal University. I still want to see what we've been seeing, like stuff like the Braum. You know, it's been I think that is a reasonable adaptation instead. Alistar, it's kind of there. It's like budget, but it works.
It certainly can work, and some circumstances. I mean, the Fresh, as you touch on, 5 games, only 1 win, so a 20% win rate. Rather abysmal. We're jumping into Champions League. It's another best of 5, the final best of 5 for the play-ins. And it's Buriram that start things off on blue side.
Yeah, and I'm hyped to see what they're going to pick up here. I do want to point out that Archony, prior to yesterday, he's only played 2 champions, 1 game on Ziggs, a couple of games on Ziggs, and the bulk of it was on Twisted Fate. And for me, that's a big part of BRU's success. I kind of want to see Archony default back to the TF, something which he didn't really pull out yesterday. We'll have to see, or rather not to any success, right? So we'll have to see if that works out here today. I feel like Show, unlike Coyote, is not going to be punishing that, and I feel that that's going to be a big part of the matchup. Coyote put a lot of pressure on Archony yesterday. That's something which I don't expect Show to be doing.
Right, we're seeing some pretty standard stuff come through so far. I mean, it's Ziggs first pick, so I expect Federal University to match with the Varus to probably grab a powerful Baron laner in this first rotation. Maybe the jungler. I mean, you still see Lee Sin up. I wonder if Domain's going to be able to work with that effectively. If they go for the Nami here, I think it's still fine. It's a very powerful bot side matchup, so you're going to be able to win most dragon lanes. So if the Ziggs does flex over, it's still pretty good for them.
If you look at these champions individually, right, Varus is the best marksman, I would say, almost in the game, and that he cannot lose lane to anyone, and Nami is pretty much the best support and cannot lose lane to anyone. So when you pair them both together, you get something of it's a bit of an Exodia bot lane here going on for Fano Adversity.
Yeah, it's not so strong. I mean, they're going to try and play for the Braum, trying to reduce some of that power, but the issue with that, I think, is that we won't be able to see I think Buriram United be able to match the rotations quite as well, because if you leave Kinemon in a side lane by himself against Danny, and you bring Supporter and Rafe to rotate around the map, you're going to see Danny really smash that lane apart. The Kai'Sa's going to have a really tough time, going to be forced out of lane, and is losing a lot more EXP and gold than they would probably want to, especially because we have seen Kinemon be that carry that Buriram are able to play as sort of a flex, to rely on him as well, and so it's not just down to Noah and Shiba.
I mean, this is basically throwing down the gauntlet, right? If you take the Kai'Sa Braum into Varus Nami, you're basically accepting, you know what, if we played out the 2v2 lane standardly, we are going to get destroyed. So we need to find avenues to cheese them with our jungler, or we need to find avenues to get on top of them and all in them. Either that, or we just concede lane completely, let Supporter try to find avenues to roam, which is going to be difficult to do with Braum, and let Kinemon just get to the mid game and be a monster. But it's going to be tricky for BRU's bot lane for sure, and I think that that's going to be difficult from the get-go. I do like this Orianna answer to Ziggs. It's exactly what we expected, right? Mid lane, Resident Sleeper. Let's look to the other lanes. But I do like that Domain has something which is going to be a bit more active and aggressive for him in the form of this Kha'Zix.
Hey, Sinjao, however, that's a pretty nice one. I like what BRU are trying to go for. There's a lot of disengage, there's a lot of chance to reset. At the same time, there is the engage. You can push the button, you can jump in on Federal Adversity. Yeah, we're going back to this. So how do you feel about this? We're going back in Fiora, back in for power. I mean, it works, but it's also not worked. That's such a split decision, honestly.
if there was a time to pull it out, it would be in game 1. I think this is fine. I think you can still do it. Hopefully, at least hopefully to me, after they finished their games yesterday, they went backstage, they talked to each other, their coach scolded them a little bit, and now they come in today with a better understanding. Because if you look at the team comps in isolation, and you ignore that Power has been just running it down with Fiora yesterday, then I would say that this is a good draft from Fano. They have the means to wave clear, they have the means to disengage, they can cover the Fiora side laning with the Kha'Zix. They have so many options to win the game. I really like what Fano have prepared for game 1, and it just comes down to execution.
Interesting, very interesting. We're going to see ourselves that Verisnami denied once again, and I start to feel like the Braum and Kaiser is Buriram's answer to the Zaya Rakan. You know, you talk about some of these bot lane pairings, that seems to be their go-to, right? It's not the Lucian Braum, which we typically say is probably the strongest of guaranteeing stuns and early game power spikes, but it's Buriram's way. It's a similar sentiment, I suppose, is what we're getting at here. We're looking to try and unlock that power in the bot lane and maybe not fall victim to a lot of this poke ranged damage. So it's exciting in the bot lane. As you already touched on, though, that mid lane is going to be a little bit AFK with blue buffs being chucked around and saying, cool, there you go. I'm just farming at 10 CS per minute, doing whatever I can to try and just keep myself in this game and scale up with a 2 to 3 item spike and hopefully have our side laners come into effect. Now, I'm excited to see this one because Buriram have never shown us this Darius Zinzao top side before. It's going to have obviously a lot of engage. Definitely can spike rather heavily at level 5. But can Power find redemption? Is the 4-man strong enough? Has his coach griefed him again? Is Fiora the pick? I suppose we're going to find out because we're going to chuck it to our casting team for game number 1. It's game 1 with TJ and Riku.
Thank you very much, Skimmy. My name is indeed TJ, and I am indeed joined by Riku. We were looking at this draft, Riku, and you were kind of groaning. It was an emotional roller coaster for you. As we get into this game, how do you feel about what Fennel have set themselves up for?
I mean, usually when we're talking about Fennel adversity, their big comfort picks are Zaya and Kaisa. But of course, Danny's Varus is actually not too bad at all. Like, we've seen it receive success when they went up against Flash Wolves yesterday. But in the meantime, you know, we get to see Shaw back at his best champion. Didn't get to see him shine, though, in the BO5 against Flash Wolves, as they lost that. But you know, this is also that big redemption. We know Shaw really loves to play make with that big shockwave, but that's going to come up later. Possibly maybe at the second to the Elder Drakes later on.
And our big question into today kind of comes from that Fennel versus Flash Wolves match. We were on the desk for it yesterday, a roller coaster for you, as these are your PPGL boys over on the Fennel side.
Yeah.
And we saw the two sides of their team, a very good-looking Fennel adversity who took Flash Wolves, one of the top teams in this tournament, the second seed out of Taiwan, one of the legacy regions in mobile esports. They took Flash Wolves all the way to Game 3 and are pretty far into Game 3, looking very good, and then lost to a reverse sweep, kind of completely falling apart through the end of Game 3 to Game 5.
Yeah, I think that is the biggest question, right? What Fennel adversity are we going to be seeing today? Is that the Game 1, Game 2 from yesterday against Flash Wolves, where they were very patient? They know their win conditions. They were, you know, they knew if they didn't have to take fights if they didn't need to, and they were very patient. And their execution when it comes to fights as well. So, but are we going to be getting Game 3 or Game 4 and 5 Fennel adversity where they're doing the complete opposite, not fighting to their win conditions. They're going in one by one as if it's, in almost words, solo queue. And now, 1v1 here, though, at the bottom lane.
Power having to flash away, bleeding. Should be fine, is fine, don't worry about it. Noel not able to find the early kill, but a strong start for Buriram, who are kind of coming into this with their own chip on their shoulder. One of the more favored teams out of the Thai region, unable to qualify through a very stacked play-in stage. And now they've kind of, this is a time where they need to prove they have more firepower than they showed yesterday.
Exactly. I mean, having to get 0-3 yesterday by Divine Esports, especially you're coming from a region, you're coming from the championship region, back from the Summer Super Cup, and basically kind of living under the shadow of EVOS Esports. So now they have this second chance here in the SEA Championships to prove that they're more than that. They will be able to fight head-to-head when it comes to the group stage teams.
And it starts here versus Fennel, a team that, unlike Divine, aren't going to push Buriram. We've had a very quiet early game so far. Fennel, if they're on form, play a little bit more defensively. This is going to allow Buriram to set up for plays like this. Good knock-up, killer instinct, and first blood over to Buriram. But Fennel are here for the response. Doming over the wall onto supporter. That's going to be a kill.
Sure.
Shade of Corruption slightly short. And as a result, it's going to be 1-for-1 support for support. An even trade to start off this best-of-5 last chance series.
Really nicely done, coming from Fennel Adversity and Buriram. Good response, good revenge. Not the timing, though, is still going to be... Everybody's going to be available for the next dragon. If it's a Mountain Drake now, I feel like, of course, Buriram would love to have the Mountain Drake just because Danny is over there. They will prove to have those shields at utmost value. On the other side, though, Fennel would love to have that as well, because Archery is going to be a massive poking monster, especially mid to late game. So, we'll see what the priorities are going to be, because looking at the top lane, of course, Rift Herald, you want to unlock the top lane as well, get First Blood Tower, funnel in a bit of gold to your top laners as well. Noelle has that snowball potential. You got Power as well, who's going to be a late game monster on the split push.
And we saw some really good games from Power yesterday, and some very disappointing games from Power. He's got his Fiora here, one of his more powerful picks, if you'll excuse the pun. How do you feel about it?
The pun, I guess 6 out of 10, but Power's but Power's performance yesterday, again, could be 50-50. But the thing, the consistent thing about Power is that even if he doesn't win the lane, you can really rely on him to basically deal with that split push threat later against Noelle. He's not gonna lose too hard. We'll see though. Maybe we get Power game 4 and game 5. Hopefully not.
Power less. She looks very upset right now. I can see the camera. It's like just professional distraught. Anyway.
Don't even know how to rate that. Oh!
Drake did get picked up. That was by Buriram. Fennel tried to burn through this Rift Herald during that time. And it looks like they've just been forced off of it very cleanly. So both early objectives, both of the objectives that spawned at the 5-minute mark have just gone into Buriram's pocket. Very good signs for the Thai team.
Yeah, this is really nicely done. That's a 2 for 2 in early objectives. Therefore, Fennel Adversity not being able to exchange anything off of the map. They wanted to get First Blood Tower, but show up maybe a tad too late, I suppose, because Noelle is already there. A good attempt by Fennel, but a little bit late to the party.
And it's a little bit worrying for Fennel specifically, because with this team composition, a little bit lighter weight, they're going to struggle in the late game. You need tanks to fight front to back in team fights once we get hyper late game, and Fennel doesn't have that. So they need to build up such a large amount of damage through their mid and early game performance that they can blow up the Buriram front line once we get there. And this is not the path to that. This is a very slow early and mid game so far for them.
Exactly, and it all boils down to the lane swap that Buriram had. This could be a dive, though. Poor Power. He is going to be dashing. The rest of the team's there, though.
Yeah, Power is going to hide back behind the turret. I think he'll live. This turret, though, not so lucky. A funeral, a eulogy for the turret is held here by Danny, Rafa, and Power. The other two members of their team are trying to trade out turret for turret, and they will do exactly that. So even trading, still for Fennel.
Yeah, and the gold lead still not as significant just yet, but the objectives are going to start piling on. Buriram still has that Rift Herald to use, possibly towards the mid lane or at top if they want to keep opening that up.
First Mega Inferno bomb of the game. It's a boy. Does land on Rafa as he kites back behind the turret.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You were talking about how Fennel Adversity wants this early game to work. They have a lot of damage, especially come mid-game as well, and they were hoping to sort of win the lane, especially in a 2v2 scenario with you know, Danny and Raffi just dealing, outranging, outdamaging Kinemon and Supporter during the laning phase, but they never got that because of so much lane swaps that happened that Buriram was starting, and Fennel Adversity was basically chasing that matchup and not being able to get that.
And I'm worried here in this game where we're seeing signs of the Fennel that fell apart in game 3, 4, and 5 for their series yesterday against Flash Wolves, where it just Fennel are drafting these compositions that need damage, that need early game value, and they're not finding it. That was a very nice escape by Power. He's in trouble. Flash away will cure him of his ills. Here comes the Rift Herald in the top side, though. This is dangerous.
Good thing Raffi is there for the assist, but the biggest question is if that's going to be enough, because this is a very big heavy dive with a lot of burst damage to finish you off right away. Here comes a possible secondary dive, though.
Yeah, Rift Herald's still going. Tower was traded turret for turret. Fennel just got the bot lane turret. Show picking that one up and getting all of the gold. He then backs to base, runs down lane, shows up here in time. Get it? It's because he shows up here in time, Riku.
Oh dear, that's the third time. I feel like the ratings are going lower and lower. No, not gonna lie, that was really good. That was 5 out of 10.
Thank you.
There you go.
That was an emotional roller coaster for me. And does keep the Rift Herald off of the turret. So, again, even trading. Again, one turret per. I guess that's good for Fennel because they didn't get that Rift Herald. And they kind of mitigate the impact of the Rift Herald there. But they have no access here to this Drake.
Yeah, this is going to be very crucial. There's a teleport coming through, though, from Power.
Arriving right into the Mega Inferno Bomb. As all of Buriram sit tight on top of the dragon, now down below half HP, 1000 HP, and dropping Doming into the pit too late. Drake picked up by Buriram. Doming will go down to the Ignite as he flees. Supporter gets the kill, and that is the only kill given over, though Power's still fishing. He's in the middle of the pit, dueling Supporter. He did get Noel down very low, but I don't think he's going to finish off any of those kills.
And that is the power of a Ziggs. Everybody from Fennel Adversity are coming at one choke point. Therefore, it's so easy for RCV to funnel through all of the bombs into one area. And even though Fennel had a ton of vision to work with, they didn't have access. Arseny was that big, big wall where they couldn't just get in. I mean, we saw how the team fight in general would be executed, air quote. You have Danny with a lot of pokes. And then if anyone who's low, you got Doming to come in, finish off the kill with massive burst as a Kha'Zix. But we didn't get to see that. We didn't even get to see big shockwave potential plays because Fennel were very hesitant as well, and they didn't have any access on that fight.
And they just have this problem once we get into this mid and late game of, if you want to take a poke battle, and maybe Tidal Wave, good bubble, Power into the front lines, and Shiba's running. Power has dropped the Grand Challenge, but has to flash away. And Fennel can't finish the kill.
There's just so many ults burned there with no return whatsoever. That's what, 1 ult for 3? That is not a very, very nice deal for Fennel Adversity.
And I'll go back to what I was about to say, which is all of Fennel's poke, all of their significant ranged value goes on to characters who can take it. Whereas when Kinemon attacks the front line, he's attacking players like Power who don't have that HP.
Exactly. One Acadian Rain is just easily, easily there to scare Power away to back off.
Coming zoned away, Buriram cut off the control, take another turret.
That's the thing about Kinemon, right? There are times where Buriram is going to play around him, build a draft around him.
This might be a dangerous situation for him. Power goes in, Show caught out though, focus down, he'll fall, Noel, half HP, Kinemon into the front lines, no, and he's found a kill. Power, Show, both gone, as the Killer Instinct sets up for a wonderful execution of, again, the lightweight Fennel front line. There's nothing they can do about it, and Buriram's gold lead is just growing. They're turning
No.
here onto the Baron, over the wall onto Rafe. A deep contest. Danny
Wow.
nailed to the floor. Flash over to try and escape. He's running back through his own jungle, doming out of the bush to zone supporter and Noel away. It looks like he'll survive, but Buriram own this map.
Buriram, a lot of confidence, having a lot of dragons, having a lot of towers on the board. And you mentioned this. Noel, Shiba can just speed run, just focus on one target, and they'll immediately die. Fennel Adversity just has to run away and respect the capacity of Buriram to be able to get in your face almost all the time. And I don't think the tidal wave is going to be enough. I mean, this is basically Exhibit A. Power focusing their target onto Kinemon, but Shiba and Noel were there to zone out Fennel Adversity. And, you know, that's exactly the space Kinemon needs.
Yeah, Kinemon just spots an opportunity. He says, all of my tanky frontline has engaged. And oh my, we come into Rafe just wandering into the wrong part of the neighborhood. And he is gone. 34 seconds on that death timer. Doming should survive here. 34 seconds on that death timer, and an Infernal Drake just 5 seconds away. I'm not a mathematician, but Buriram should get this Infernal. And they're going to actually push down the mid lane first. Here's Power on the flank. Shiba down to half. Good riposte, good flash. Power survives, but the turret falls.
That's more space for Buriram to work with. Again, Fennel Adversity has no way, as you mentioned, TJ, to access this dragon. And I really love the confidence now coming from Buriram. The fact that, you know, going back to my point where Kinemon doesn't exactly need a composition to play around him. He's going to manage his own. He's going to create space for his own. And basically, Arshini, Shiba, and Noel can just do whatever they feel like doing. Trust Kinemon to carry in the later stages. Now that we see his KDA 302, almost even having that full item build already, having to get that 3k gold lead versus Danny, this is not looking pretty for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, it's a slower game one, but that's what Buriram want. They're playing a late game composition. They need to wait for this Ziggs to go shopping, find all his groceries. And Fennel are just standing there. They're the store security guard following Buriram round the hall, but not actually stopping him from buying any of the items, you know?
Yeah, it's looking the cart of Kinemon versus the cart of Danny is looking pretty sad. It's like Danny
Sure.
only has a box of milk and cereal. That's it.
And
Meanwhile,
you're
Buriram,
You're looking at him like going down the aisle, and you're like, man, you live alone. It's not going great for you.
Yeah.
You're not buying any groceries. It's just like microwave meals. And,
Yeah.
oh.
exactly that. It's the complete opposite of what Kinemon has. Like full refrigerator of groceries. Like the whole deal.
Exactly.
Meat, fish. You've got what?
He knows how to cook.
Soda? Yeah, knows how to cook.
Dive in, a deep pressure, and Rafe already shredded. My God! Mega Inferno Bomb just eliminates Rafe. And the push keeps going. Arseny round on the flank now, scaring away Show, and surely this is enough for Buriram to turn onto the Baron.
And this is complete control. Look at Power, though. He's split pushing. He's busy split pushing at the bottom portion of the map. We'll see, though, if there's going to be an attempt to steal. There's no shockwave, so there's no playmaking ult available.
Yeah, and Doming has to get past Noel, who's playing bodyguard, gatekeeper. It's not happening. Kinemon, Killer Instinct finds the kill. And he actually keeps looking. I don't think he'll be able to find anything more. Power, if you're curious, did take an inhibitor. I don't know if that'll have impacts on the game, but the split push went quite well. Over there on the top side, there was an attempt to hold an arch, and he finds value, killing both Danny and Doming. That means he'll take an inhibitor and keep pushing. Power still yet to return to base, but Buriram won't press the opportunity. They get Baron. Ooh. Power does recall safely. Buriram get Baron. Fennel trade inhibitor for inhibitor.
I think that's a pretty sweet deal, because for Fennel Adversity, now they can look into sneaking a pick, making it into a 4v5, and then Power is just gonna rattle the side lanes and confuse Buriram on decision-making later on when it comes to fighting.
I mean, it's a pretty sweet deal, but it's like a pretty sweet deal on, you know, a cup of ramen. You know? It's still bad for you.
Still sad. Oh.
Yeah. Oh dear, Power trying to get this split pushing done, and supporter Archony just roam immediately onto him. They know what has to be done. They can't allow that split push to happen, and what's more, if they isolate and shut it down, Riku, it's very hard for Fennel to stay in this game.
It's very, very difficult. Everyone's so squishy, but Riram can just strong arm their way like this.
Oh, full dive in, show very far back. And this should be the game. Riram with a very clean game one. Just gonna take Fennel shopping, and it's gonna be 1-0 in the series, as Fennel don't get a word in across this entire game.
Yeah, Buriram complete control from the beginning till end. They've managed to get 2 objectives, the Mountain Drake and the Rift Herald, and Fennel Adversity had no choice but to watch everything transpire before their eyes until the Nexus.
And we're hoping for a more proactive look out of Fennel. And I think right now that can be fixed in draft. That can address that you were talking about with the draft, Riku. But I'm worried that it does like mental damage as well, and even if we fix the draft, we're still not going to see that aggressive, coherent Fennel.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a bit worrying for sure, because again, it seems that they're very comfortable in these picks. Like for example, Danny, Isa Zaya, Sho, Oriana, and Domeng, maybe a little bit of that Jarvan 4 perhaps, or at least the Lee Sin. So maybe it's a little bit of that narrow hallway that Fennel Adversity has to pass through.
Yeah, we need to see a better look from Fennel, alas Skimmy and the rest of the desk, how they can sort that out.
Thank you much there, TJ. Yes, what a game that was. I suppose Fiora does look good when it can unlock the backdoor wing condition, where it can trade the Baron for the bot and hip. But by that point here, guys, Buriram had a 10k gold lead. They were fighting a losing battle, you have to say, Omo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looked like Buriram were in full control this game. We talked about how their bottom lane matchup had very few options with the Kaiser Braum into the Varus Nami, and I think they went for exactly what they needed to do. They started off the lane swap. We saw how Fennel responded. I think it was far from ideal, not even catching a single wave of EXP. Once Power returned to the bottom lane up against Noel, he was just behind in farm. He just got shut out of the game from that moment onward, and for me, that was just lights out from the lane swap. And Buriram, they never let go of the pedal. They were in full control. Every objective, every fight, they had full control. And I think this just looks like BRU with a better idea of how to approach the game.
Yeah, it really does feel like control mages are the better. I mean, well, control mages are the matter, but control mages that are not Oriana, to be honest. You know, Oriana just feels really lackluster compared to what Fennel University want to do. Like, you can see the drive in their eyes. Like, they want to go for these plays, these movements. But there's so many moments where, like, sure, why didn't you just ult? Or it's because he knows there's going to be another fight that's going to come up soon where he needs to as his ultimate. The issue is, because you have something like the Ziggs, you're able to poke them down before the fight even gets underway. And so you can see in this case, you know, Sho really wasn't able to get much damage across on the board. I mean, partly it's also due to the fact that when you're playing for an assassin jungle, your assassin jungle isn't ahead. I mean, it's all just these kind of factors, right? And I was gonna say before the start of the game that for Buriram United, one of the good things that they could do, but now that, well, that they cannot get punished for, they don't have to go against an aggressive mid lane. I feel like Fennel University, they should have this experience, especially since they've been able to play against guys like Bruce. And when you know how they play with stuff like Lucian mid, you know, aggressiveness, that just kind of pops up and adds in, you know, it's really such an interesting look for Fennel University to still try and default back to the Oriana every single time.
Well, it's his comfort, right? He always talks about how this is his favorite champion. He's the best Oriana in SCA, and we see the problems with Oriana. It's not that Sho played badly, or it's not that Sho didn't do anything. Yeah. It's that he couldn't do anything, right? If you play Oriana and your side lanes explode, or if your side lanes don't get anything going, then you are just a turret in the mid lane. You cannot do anything. That's the problem with the champion. And I feel like, yeah, I agree with you, right? The limitations of the champion were clearly showing that game.
Is that a case, do we think, then, of just not allowing that four-man strength to truly shine, right? They take a gamble, they're looking to try and make that the pack that can contest these objectives, that can buy enough time with that early to mid-game transition to allow Fiora to do what she's so strong at, because we did see Power at the end there just say, you know what, I've given up my team, I'm going bot lane, I'm just going to run it down here to try and guarantee us at least some kind of comeback condition. But you're seeing this Varus build the Umbral Glaive, looking to try and snowball with a cheap item spike, but he's not finding that, right? He's not snowballing the lane, I mean, sure, we can look at the damage graph and say he did so much more than the Kaiser, but the Kaiser finished, I believe, 3-0-3, so it's this kind of contributing factor of what does the team look like coming out of these lane states, Grandin.
Yeah, once you get into that next phase of the game, I mean, this is something that we kind of discussed looking back at BRU as well, right? We kind of had this expectation that they could put Kinemon on a secondary carry, and so it's not always just going to play towards top side, but I do like the fact that they look in much better form, and it feels like BRU is a team that's willing to do this against teams that maybe have a more passive stance, are more willing to play for that macro late, and so they're willing to play for more aggressive things and build the leads just directly through lane, because they know that's not going to face against much interference coming in from the side lane. So yeah, it just feels like BRU are playing their comfort zone, and FLA they're still trying to make the last series work against Flash Wolves.
Look, I'll just pose it like this, alright? The takeaway that we had yesterday after the series, we talked about how we need Fennel adversity to figure out how they won the first 2 games and why they lost the last 3 games. It seems like coming to today, they have not done so, and I feel like BRU are just going to take this series if that's the case.
Lots to review going into the break. Omo's already excited about his predictions, so much so that he's taking his clothes off. That's exciting, and that's why you should continue to tune into this broadcast, because Buriram are 1-0 up in this best of 5. back for our final day of the play-ins because it's an extra day. It's day number 7. We didn't expect us to be here, but we are because it's the last chance qualifier. It's Buriram United coming in second, taking on the boys out of the competition because they're looking to try and basically get this one across the finishing line as quickly as possible. To saying Fennel University, you've played 2 best-of-5s, you played 10 games within those best-of-5s.
True.
You might just be a little bit knackered. And I have to ask the question here, Grandin, what did we really get from that game? Because it looked a case of stable mid-game, be it the mid-lane champions just farming up a treat, but then it came to a bit of an explosive conclusion with some of those bruises topside.
Yeah, I think topside is really the answer, right? It still feels like Fennel University are playing that series up against Flash Wolves. Like, they've gone from Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, and now this feels like Game 6 against Flash Wolves. You know, they've never managed to break that out of that rut. And, you know, you're looking back at some of the champion picks that they have. The thing about Buriram going into this series was they banned away Riven and Renekton, and then they picked Darius early on. And because Fennel University banned away Camille, that only really leaves 2 top-tier champions left. It's down to Darius, and it's down to the... it's down to Darius and it's down to Fiora basically, right? And so you play Fiora because that's his also most played champion, and so you're just stuck in the same spot you've always been in. That's kind of what it looks to be the issue for Fennel University.
Yeah, I mean, I think conversely as well, right? We pin a lot of the blame onto Power because it's true, the burden to carry these games is on him based on the draft, based on the gameplay. But the problem to me as well is I think we need to be more vocal as well that Danny has been severely underperforming. He literally threw a game yesterday on Ezreal when Power was so huge. He Essence fluxed in, or Essence shifted in to get caught and died. His Corki did nothing. Today as well, he played Varus Nami. Sure, they got lane swapped on, but then that's also a team problem. Why did you not identify that as an option? But in the mid game, he did nothing as well, and I feel like that's a big problem. Domain as well, someone we expected to step up. Yesterday he played the Ranga, didn't go too well. He played the Kha'Zix today, didn't go too well. I think across the board, things are just not looking good for Fennel University. Power is one big part of that, but he's not the only reason why.
And I'll tell you what is looking well is some of our sponsors here for the Sea Champs, because they are fantastic. They have put us in the position where we are here today, and we love them for that. So you too, at home, can get excited about it because you could open that door. You could literally open the door like this. It looks as easy as that. To that financial future with Franklin Templeton. You could get started on that investment journey today with one of the world's largest investment managers. And we had to understand where we could invest, because I think Brandon brings up a phenomenal point there about the sort of flashback, almost PTSD nature of, okay, we've gone the distance against Flash Wolves. How do we recover? No, that never happened. Look, we need to try and salvage some faith, some ego. The bans were literally, so much was targeted towards that top side to try and protect the Fiora pick. They even banned the Jarvan themselves, which we know is another deep pick that Power can display. So given that there are this many resources going towards it, I mean, it sounds like we're beating a dead horse here, but if that's the direction they're going, this is the only option that seems to be viable.
Yeah, they just have to respond to this somehow. Some way, somehow, there needs to be something done about this Fiora. Either you are going to play, and you're going to play with that in mind and make it work, because we saw Power, he was split pushing, he did find a bot side inhibitor, but by that point, they were 10,000 gold behind. Baron was gone, they didn't have any way to stop the siege, and especially with a Ziggs on the enemy team, you have to be so cognizant of that. So it's really no easy decision for Fennel University because...
Wow.
Big words here.
Yeah,
we started off, I think, we started off day number 1, you guys counting to 5, and now we're talking about cognizance and...
No. We don't go up to 5, we go up to 3.
Oh, up to 3, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's so difficult for that because you don't really have a good option. You only have the 3 bans and they're doing everything they can. That's so difficult for Fennel University. What happens? You let go of the Twisted Fate and you see Ashni playing one of his best champions. Yep. I think he's gonna smash you on Twisted Fate. So now you have to invest 2 bans on Ashni alone.
Just go blue. Just go blue and take Renekton. This Fiora pick is clearly not working. Just go Renekton.
Yeah. But I think you raised a really good point, conversely, right there, Omar, about the fact that the rest of the team are underperforming. So whilst we're sort of leading this segment with this whole focus towards, the Fiora pick, Power, what are you doing, and so on and so forth, it has been that case once again, right? If you are drafting that 4-1 split comp, you need that strength to be found in the early to mid game. If you are drafting, cheap lethality items, they serve that purpose, early game spikes. But if you're looking at an 0-1 scoreline for an AD carry, you're thinking, how have we found ourselves in this position where we are empowering some of those piercing areas with this Nami, where we aren't crushing these lanes, where we aren't saying, you know what, that dragon, that's illegal, you shouldn't be standing on that one because we're going to harass you, we're going to trade you, and we're going to look to try and counter-take.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, right? But across the board, they're faltering. I don't know what Danny can play at this point. He's played Ezreal to a loss. He plays Cocky and it didn't do well. Now, even on Varus, he's faltering. I mean, the lane swap was a big part of that. And maybe if they want to run the draft back again, that's something they will have to seriously consider. And I think what will give us an insight into what Fnatic University want to do this game is their side choice. And I think that that's something we got to look out for.
We've been seeing some interesting stuff though. Okay, so if Danny doesn't play for the Varus, I mean, he could still play for the Varus, but he might have to change up his build. But let's say he doesn't play for the Varus and he plays for something else. Let's say he tries to go for the Ezreal or something like the Corki, trying to scale up a little bit more damage later on. I still don't feel like that puts him in a good spot against Kinemon because Buriram United are willing to play for Kinemon as a semi-carry. And if that's the case, they're willing to commit to fighting Danny. And if they smash Danny apart, Kinemon gets further ahead. He will get even more irrelevant. So honestly, there's no good response to this. Yeah, there we go. You have to ban the Twisted Fate away first and just keep playing towards your top half of the map because that is the most tried and tested method, I think.
But they are on blue side, and there we go. Buriram, they are smart. They know this. They ban away the Renekton first pick. Fennel, once again, what are you gonna do in this situation, right?
Okay, there we go. There's also the Braum ban. Oh, wow, 4 bans to the top side. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, Braum ban. I think, Skibby, you were talking about how Supporter was so comfortable on this Braum here.
Yeah, I mean, he's already had 3 bans towards it, right? He just looks so good on his champion. It is this comfort zone. We talk about these enchanters. We talk about the likes of Rakan being that highly contested pick. It's not banned. And I mean, you could literally go here, Buriram, Zaya Rakan, Lovers Druid, lock it in as easy as you like it. There it is. Oh, no, boys. Oh, where have we gone so wrong?
Where have we gone so wrong indeed? I mean, I think Kinemon is Supporter, if you want them to be an aggressive part, if you say that, you know what, there's no answers that you can have into our Zaya Rakan, and I think that that's true, right? What are they going to take on the side of Fnatic University here? To me, the most likely option is Varus Nami, right? But if they take that, then I don't expect that Danny and Rafi to have a good enough performance to punish again.
Look, Omo, I honestly just feel like this was the case where Federal University were thinking, there's no way they don't ban Rakan against us, right? Like, there's no way they don't ban Rakan against Rafi, because Rafi has been so good on it. It's been looking so good. And so when BRU has been consistently banning, when Flashos has been consistently banning, they started going into their minds. It's like, oh yeah, we have 3 bans. They're gonna ban Rakan, so we don't have to worry about that. But instead, BRU flip the switch. They go back and they ban away the Camille. So top side is gonna be left pretty weak open, and so they get a really powerful bot duo instead.
Look, Buriram's team composition right now just looks so scary. I would not want to play against that. Rengar, Rakan jumping onto your Senna, Ziggs. What do you even do right now? You need to draft heavy, disengage. Yeah, put the Orianna ball on top of that Rengar. Why not? Why don't you? The Ziggs and the Senna are not going to have a good time this game. Darius blind pick here just for the sake of it because he's saying, you know what, I cannot play Fiora anymore. It just looks like Fnatic are grasping at straws to me.
Lee Sin is a decent option here. I think Fnatic University do find some aggression with this, but you're playing with 2 weak-ish lanes right now. Like, yes, you will be able to maybe get some lane prior with the Ziggs. You'll be able to clear out lanes, but you won't really necessarily have much pressure in the lane, especially against an Orianna Rengar. So it just doesn't feel like it's going to be all too impactful, and of course.
Okay. Well, that's a good one. This is a good game for it. This is a good game for it. And I tell you what's going on, by the way. We're going to actually see a Senna Brand bottom lane here going up against the Zaya Rakan. I do believe that will be Danny on Brand and he should be farming. Well, it might be Danny on Senna, right? But the Brand will be farming regardless. That's my theory. I might be wrong. It might be a Ziggs mid. Sorry, it might be a Ziggs bot. But I highly believe that it's going to be Brand Senna. And that's a lane which is so easily ganked. It's going to be dominant in the 2v2, but once Rengar hits level 5, I expect him to just set up a tent there in the bottom lane.
But it's just that fragile bot lane, isn't it? I mean, it pumps out the damage, it has a ton of CC to follow up and complement one another, but it is so squishy, as you say. And then transitioning into that mid-game, the cat ball, we've seen it. It is destructive. But I guess the bans cater towards it once more. The fact is that we are seeing 4 bans towards that top lane from game 1 to game 2. That was only a matter of time when Noel said, it's time to shine on this Singed. I've not been able to play it all tournament long, and now I'm looking to try and put our team on match point here. I mean, Grandin, you're cracking up there. What do you make of this draft?
Look, it just feels like, even if you look at Darius, I don't even think he gets all that tanky, because honestly, what's he gonna do? He has to build against Noel on the Singe. If he goes to build armor, he builds more health, flat health, he's gonna get smashed by Noel, and so he doesn't really gain very much. I mean, it just feels like the whole team is just too weak against what BRU have drafted.
Very interesting times here for these 2 teams. Fnatic University are looking to try and change things up a little bit. The Furo's gone, so you can calm down, Twitch chat. You can raise those pitchforks maybe in a second, but put them down for the meantime, because we're going into game number 2. It's a spicy one. We've got ourselves some Singed, and we've got ourselves a BO5. Let's throw it across to our casting team.
Thank you very much, Skimmy. I am your casting team. My name is TJ, joined by Riku. How are you feeling? How do you feel about this draft? We've made some wild changes.
Yeah, for me, I really love Bariram's draft. It's very straightforward. You've got that big late game from Kinemon and Supporter, and you also have the cat ball competition with Shiba and Archony, where Shiba just unlocks Trail of the Hunt, put the ball in, you get that ball delivery system ongoing, and Fennel Adversity will not be able to see that coming. And Noelle, being that stable ground, stable mountain at top side as well, being that tank, and therefore Fennel Adversity has to think twice when they overstay at a certain area, like the Dragon, like the Rift Herald, but...
Supporter in for the knockout. Kinemon reining in the damage. Power realizes he's in trouble and flees for the hills. He'll get to safety. Oh, Supporter. Back in with the deep ward. He'll get to safety, but he's going to be so late to lane.
Yeah, I really love the lane swap that, you know, Bariram has always been enabling. They've done it at the first game just to avoid the losing matchup, and now they're doing it again and using power as if, you know, trying to get ahead, possibly opening up the top lane early later on when Shiba is able to form that dive, as they are gonna really hurt power because of that heavy engage that Supporter has. It's just so easy to reach. Shiba.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, Noelle very low as Danny pokes at him. Shiba tries to change that, and it's first blood over to Fennel as Doming shows up in the bottom lane with a very nice flash engage. And a very good sign for Fennel. The first time this series, they have a lead on the board.
Exactly, this is a great start. That counter gank coming from Doming was just great timing, and as well as having to deny that flash away from Shiba as well. So look at him now. This is Doming on the Lee Sin. We can't imagine him to be making moves around the map early.
Yeah, so what should be, we kind of came into this game, Riku, anticipating this would be a pretty slow-paced game, but we're going through this early game.
Exactly, and I think it's very indicative of what they have managed to pick. I mean, usually Doming falls through either on the Jarvan 4, sometimes maybe around the Kha'Zix. Look at him again!
Re-ganking the bottom lane. Back out, back for a kill. And this turret is gonna be within Zig's range. That's going to be the first turret over to Fennel. If they get 1 or 2 more autos, certainly 1 more wave. Power, in the meantime, does manage to defend Fennel's top turret with the aid of a recently arrived show.
I really love what Fennel Adversity has been doing in the early game. And they're also utilizing the Ziggs as well very, very early. They're taking down towers. They're not waiting for that 4-minute mark where a team goes for an objective, then meanwhile they deny that first blood tower. They're proactively using this Ziggs early, and they're proactively using Doming early as well on the Lee Sin. Remember, Bariram United, they struggle against aggressive compositions. They struggled against Evos, they struggled against Divine, and if Fennel basically approaches it the same way, then Bariram might be in trouble.
And it's a very intelligent shift from Fennel to make this happen. Less intelligent is Power chasing Noelle on the purple carpet for a decent amount of time. Does get the guillotine ends. Noelle's a little sad, have to pick up his honey fruits, but that bottom lane, top lane duel will continue.
That is going to be that lane swap answer once more. I assume, you know, Kinemon's just going to get poked out by this Ziggs, by Raffi on this Senna. And it's going to be the perfect timing as well if they manage to harass Kinemon before Bariram United decides to pick up which objective they want to go. I mean, the AD carries are basically already at top side. Get that Rift Herald. Oh, the poke.
Wow. Danny throwing a little fact-finding into that bush. Finding some facts. There are 2 people in that bush, and they're both a little sad. In the meantime, Dragon's gonna get picked up though, so it is objective for objective. No added bonuses, although
What?
Fennel press in,
Sure.
they steal the Drake! Right out from under Shiba! Fennel get both early objectives. In the picture-in-picture, you see this step up from Power. He walks in there with Show. Show's burst damage gets the Drake. It will cost Power his life, but of course, everyone shows on the bottom side of the map. Buriram see the entirety of Fennel down there. They rotate, and Fennel say, okay, we're going to call this Rift Herald. We see all of Buriram responding, and they're going to get a free turret for Riku, maybe even a second charge. No, not quite.
Nope, the eye is gonna get destroyed by Kinemon there, but still, Fennel Adversity utilized the Ziggs early. Danny getting First Blood Tower, therefore Buriram can't exactly go for that objective. Rift Herald, Mountain Drake, no, all denied. Really good steal coming from Show. Already has a Ludens. He's gonna hurt.
And I would really appreciate if we can get a replay of how that Dragon Tank happened, because I think Shiba was still on the Drake as it was being taken, so he just got outsmited by Show, having some very well-timed burst. He may have also been zoned off by the AoE burst because he was left alone. Shiba was kind of alone in the pit as Show and Power rotated in, so that maybe was enough to force him off, and there wasn't a smite fight at all. But either way, here we go. Thank you very much, production. Oh yeah. He just smites too early. That's disastrous.
It is. I mean, I feel like Buriram felt a little bit comfortable in that scenario, assuming that, you know, they saw that Fennel Adversity were basically focusing their efforts towards topside, but I feel like it's a really good call coming from Fennel to try and contest, especially Shiba being trapped in a pit. And we can assume this happening again and again. Double Mage, got double burst, meaning this could be a dive though.
Back on to Show. He should be dead. Nothing that can be done about that. Very well executed. What do Fennel do in response? They're going to press down bottom. That's Power chasing Noel, not finding a whole lot. Pressing here in the mid lane where Archony is in a 1v3. Doming in, flash over the top. That was sick, Archony. And it keeps him alive.
Could be an Orianna with no flash, so I assume Doming with his flash retain can still make a second visit if they can form another dive potential. The flash?
Yeah.
Noel?
Not sure about this. Power forced to back away. A very cool play down at the bottom lane.
I think what Noel wanted to do is get the adhesive, trap Power.
Yeah.
Because of the stacks, Power would have gotten aggro and most likely die because of the tower hit. But it didn't happen, and Power gets to live another day.
I love the inventiveness, though, and this is one of the reasons why people don't let, like, they will ban Singed versus Noel, when I don't think Singed is a particularly good character, but Noel finds so much weird value on him.
He's able to, again, be able to punish aggressive engages. Noel using the adhesive to trap people, or as well as Fennel Adversity, they like to play around objectives. If Noel is there, he's going to be present. He's just basically gonna carpet the whole area with his poison. Fennel would definitely not want that scenario. But again, we talked about this before. Ziggs, Shaw, after getting Rabadons, is gonna be deadly. Knock up!
Wow!
Shockwave!
Oh! The shockwave! That was sick! Mega Inferno Bomb is trying to get the last word, but there's nothing they can do. Buriram! That was beautiful! And Rafe is just gone. Here's Power to try and find something back. Doming through the fight, finds Noel, isolates him, gets the kill. Power oversteps, zoned away. He's still going. 1v3. The heal keeps Kinemon alive. He gets burned down, but Doming's here to clean up. Double kill already picked up. Supporter dancing over to Kinemon, over the wall. That's enough for Doming to get away. Buriram lose out on the trade. It's 2 for 2 in total. But they lose ground right as this Drake comes up. And Fennel are going to start the Drake with very low health bars because Rafe has just respawned.
I love it. I love the response coming from Fennel Adversity. But, you know, we see a bit of a preview of the power of the Buriram Cat Ball composition, where you just put Shiba, Thrill of the Hunt, get the Shockwave delivery system, and then that's it. But the problem was, Buriram invested so many resources for that single kill. Fennel Adversity knew that all the cooldowns were blown. We can re-engage on this fight. We get to see Noel being separated from the rest of the squad, just trying to buy time. But Power did an amazing job just really bothering the retreat from Buriram. Therefore, Doming and the rest of Fennel Adversity is able to catch up and then re-engage once more. And this is exactly what we saw. Take off the jungler, therefore free Infernal Drake for Fennel.
Rift Herald is about to come up right behind, or sorry, second Rift Herald in this game is a Baron. I struggle with the League of Legends sometimes, Riku. The Baron is about to come up over there on the
It's
top
a big
side.
Rift Herald. You're fine.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they're both purple. It's a little longer. Maybe the Rift Herald, like, hatches into the Baron, you know?
Yeah.
Mid turret
See?
is under threat as Archony has to
Doming!
flash away.
Wow.
Wow! What a play from Doming! And they get a kill off of it. Supporter just dies.
I feel like Buriram is getting Len flashbacks from how Doming has been performing in this fight.
He's still going. He's going to go underneath this turret versus Noel. Noel's ready for him, though. Resetting the play. 1v4. Noel now joined by Kinemon, and that's enough to find Power as he was trapped behind the turret for so long. It was exactly the play he was trying to set him down bottom, Riku.
Exactly. So Fennel Adversity should be careful in their overextension. Comes to their tower dives because Noel is going to be there for the punish, even supporter.
And Doming's in trouble as Sheba, Oriana ball attached, goes in on him. That's one of the combos we're really looking forward to at the start of this game.
Fennel Adversity is very familiar with this composition because they played the Rakan, Oriana, and as well as the Rengar. They want this collapse though.
What is Doming up to? 1v3, cuts
Kick.
off the retreat with the kick. Dawning Shadow will back up the members of Fennel Adversity as they're slowing down this play, trying to buy time for their
Wow.
teammates to arrive. But Doming's already found the kill. Supporter trying to dance through, lands double charm, flashed away. Excellent movement, and it barely keeps Supporter alive.
What a play coming from Doming. The trust again for the entire squad to just create that play, cut off the escape. Let's see though, Baron now being started, Buriram wants to contest this.
Archony round the side, kind of all alone here. Just now, Noel's joining him. Sheba down for another 7
Go.
seconds. Shows very low, but Baron's picked up. Here's Kinemon, Archony, Noel trying to just clean up as
Shockwave
many
miss.
of these Baron buffs as they can, but they cannot walk into the Shockwave. That orb sits there at the choke point, and Buriram just can't walk past that.
Yeah, Buriram knows that it's too late. They can't exactly get that chase down because you need supporter, you need Sheba to get close and personal to start the fight using that shockwave. And Fennel Adversity, look at this spike now for their items. They've got Ludens and Rabadons as well. So their magic damage is gonna be incredibly painful. And the biggest question is Buriram even equipped to survive all the pokes if they dilly-dally around objective?
And what? Oh, again, front of bomb in. Buriram will slide away. Fennel are going to take this Baron down the mid lane. Buriram have to reset into their base here, and this is devastating timing because the third and final dragon of the game is just spawning. Buriram, no angle in on it.
I really like this 1-4. Doming with a split push. And Buriram basically are afraid of the potential setup here. We'll see what Buriram decides to do because they still have ult. Look at the damage Pyroclasm! What is
My
that?
god! Sheba saved by the orb. Dawning Shadow doesn't finish him off either. Excellently played on the team shielding, but they're still going to lose their second inhibitor as a result of that play. All of their team resetting inside the fountain, and Fennel's perfectly executed poke manages to land them 2 broken inhibitors, and of course this third Drake.
If this double AP composition is just so painful. The bombs and the fire. Buriram has no response whatsoever. Again, if they decide to play defensively under tower, they cannot do that. They have to hard engage. The first thing that they see, Fennel is sieging, they have to go, or else they're gonna get chunked down like hell.
And what I was talking about earlier with Archony is I think part of the problem here. Where Archony, like we saw when they were trying to clean up those kills, just isn't on a character that can chase. You know, near the Baron, he throws out the orb. There's nobody to carry it. What does he do?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why, you know, he needs Shiba. For the thrill of the hunt, he needs supporter. For that knock-up to get up close and personal. So Fennel, look at this death rush though.
Trying to set
Nope.
up for those takes. Here's the
Jenny?
play. Shiba into the front lines. Noel charming things up. Where's the shockwave? Nowhere in sight. Dawning Shadow resets the fight. And Fennel step forward. Power holding the front line. Shockwave finally comes out. But it's too little too late. Danny and Power both gone. Buriram down Shiba and Noel. And with their inhibitors open, Fennel can just keep pushing. Reliant on those super minions to keep Buriram trapped inside of their base.
This is crazy. I mean, Buriram exactly did what they needed to do. The moment that they see Fennel adversity already poking, you just go in, heavy engage, you'll eventually kill someone. Because everybody else there, except Power, is pretty much squishy. But this lead though, 7k gold lead plus 3 dragons, we're going to the Fennel adversity win condition of that Elder Drake. And Buriram now, even though they have a lot of fighting power, they have that late game, they've got the Shockwave ultimate for that outplay perhaps. But again, Fennel, they have a lot of space to work with. Now even aiming for the Baron, or maybe even aiming for, in a few minutes, for that Elder Drake.
Baron is up. Get him on. Caught out. Wow! Doming finds the kill. He's got the kick. That's 2! Doming! That's incredible! He just walks up and wins Fennel the game.
I swear, I feel like Buriram are having flashbacks of amazing Lee Sin players from since playoffs. You know, they had to face Valdez, they had to face Len, and now they're facing Doming here on this Lee Sin.
And Kinemon supported, they're a little out of position. But
Yeah.
they should not have been just destroyed like that. That was unholy. Mega Inferno Bomb will come in. Shiba and the rest of Buriram need to walk away. Noel tries to turn something around with the adhesive, but it's not enough. This Doming's back, that's 2 more! That was absurd! The kick finds the kill at range! He turns Archery into a projectile to kill Noel! Doming finally caught out, finally forced into GA, but during this time the rest of the pressure is in on the Nexus. Power holding the front lines, and Fennel answer back. This series is tied 1-1.
What a finish by Fennel Adversity. Doming's Lee Sin is something to fear, and I'm sure I'm not going to be surprised if it ever gets banned on the next. And what a finish! That alley-oop kind of play, you mentioned this, TJ, using the kick as a projectile to kill more people. Doming's Lee Sin, I am a fan.
I think I'm a fan as well, and I didn't even know he played in Lee Sin until this game. Absolutely incredible stuff from Doming, absolutely incredible shift in priorities from Fennel as they become more aggressive, specifically to shut down Buriram in this game number 2. Skimmy, what do you make of that?
Well, I tell you what, that was incredibly hype, that game, for a game number 2. The showcase that Fennel University do still have a little bit of fight left in this series. It's early days, but they needed to bring out something different, and different it was, because from the very get-go, the fact that Omo, a brand, can blast code into the pit, steal away the Drake, have his entire team topside claiming a Herald, summon that for a straight turret too. I mean, the writing was on the wall. A completely different early game.
I mean, that was just a disaster, right? I don't know what else to say. I mean, that should just never happen in a pro game. That's what you see in your solo queue games. There's no explanation for that. That's just one of those things that just happened. And honestly, when you think about it, right, in a real game, in a pro game, if that ever happens, what should happen by right is the Bren and the Darius both die for attempting something so stupid. But what happened this game was they got the objective, they nearly got a kill, and only Power had to pay with his life. And honestly, that was just all the Domain show. I think a lot of this draft really came back down to BRU. They tried too hard to accommodate for the Singe, and because of that, they just lost out in every other situation when they could be getting leads, and it's all because they tried too hard to force a Singe pick.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. I mean, honestly, just felt like Fennel Adversity have basically broke out of a toxic relationship, right? Where you're always trying to go back to your ex, thinking about it. It's like, ah, man, I really want to call and miss them so much. I want to play that Fiora. Now they've finally gone past that and said, yeah, I'm moving into a healthy relationship. Domeng, why don't you take the reins, lead this game with the Sin? You know, the first pick, Ziggs, giving away the Zyra Khan, we were a little bit dubious to start with, but he made it work. He showed exactly why it is so impactful, and then they bring in Brand instead of the Orianna. And I feel like Buriram United might have kind of put themselves in that position to begin with, because by taking the Orianna, they made Show had not play it. Now, that could have been a different situation if they took if Fennel University had the Orianna instead. So honestly, a very interesting set. And I think if this series gets any more hot, Lettuce is gonna have to start taking off his shirt too.
Yeah, this one is coming off too soon, guys. That's a warning for you. I mean, I think Archany, despite having been put on the Orianna, I think he did really, really good. I think he did the best he could. Shockwaves were on point. Constantly saved his teammates from Brand Burns and Darius Bleeds. The dots were always saved by his Command Protect. That's a very nice touch. I think it's a very top food teammate to have. And overall, I mean, they really tried their best, right? Despite being put in the hole early. From the lane swap that they initiated, BRU still found avenues back into the game. But Fennel, they look good. They look like the Fennel that took the first 2 games against Flash Wolves.
They certainly do. The cat is out of the bag. Singed has been played by Noel, but it didn't look too hot. And now that means we're tied at 1-1 going into the break. Welcome back to the last chance qualifier as these teams are now tied at 1-1 in this final best of 5, all in the hopes that they can make it into the group stage. And that game really did have a little bit of it all, guys. We saw the engage, we saw the flashiness, we saw the stealing of a Drake, which we thought was a blast cone, but the highlights clearly show that a brand can literally just walk into the Dragon Pit and say, thank you very much, tip his fedora, and walk out untouched. I had to ask the question here, guys. We were quite critical of the competition, saying how squishy it was and how it was going to get crushed by this Catball and the Zaya Rakan. And whilst there were moments where it certainly displayed that, it appears that if you're squishy, you can pump big damage, and Ziggs and Brand would have started the show there, Grandin.
Yeah, it's conversely, like, the damage numbers that they had were pretty insane, and it's pretty impressive what we saw from this team overall. Really want to see more from Final Adversity go in this direction, avoid that kind of trap where they've been playing towards stuff like the Fiora, trying to play for a split push when it seems obvious that just having a lot of damage and having some solid team fighting is so much better for them.
Yeah, I mean, look at what works for Final Adversity, right? Just dumb it down, make it a team fighting comp, make it easy to play, run at them, press some spells, out mechanics them. That's good. That's FLA comp right there. You don't want to make things like fancy and complicated with terms like macro and rotations, and split pushing and all that fangled terms. Like, you don't want to deal with that. Just fight them. And I think that that's exactly what works very well for Final Adversity.
Well, I feel like almost like he's like one step away from just saying it straight up, like apes together strong. It's like, yeah,
Apes
what?
together strong. Apes together strong. It's true. Exactly.
It
It
seems like our
works.
rehearsal completely leaked right there. I mean, we were chanting, we were getting hype, and we were getting excited for our sponsor, One Esports, who are the home of esport heroes. They bang their chest like this because they get excited, because they pump out the content as well. Did you know, and you may not, but I'll tell you anyway, that they are the home of esport heroes, because that's where you can get your daily dose of action all the way over at oneesports.gg. Now, guys, we look forward to now that second series. We sort of touched on it briefly about the Singed pocket pick maybe being a bit of a nuisance. We've seen it before from other teams. It's come out, not looked the hottest. But there were moments. I suppose there was that one moment crucially in the bottom lane between himself and Power, where both were very fragile, 20%. He goes for the all-in. The flash flip doesn't work. And from that point onwards, the Singe really fell off.
Yeah, and besides just that specific play and the Singe not being able to do too much after that, right? To me, the big issue is also that Final Adversity, or sorry, rather Buriram, they tried too hard to accommodate for the Singe. They went for lane swaps, which weren't favorable to them. They did all these weird plays. Like, Darius is very happy in a lane swap situation, like we saw. He could just sit on the tower. He was hard to kill. It was so easy for Final Adversity to just punish and pick on the Singe over and over. And this was all because, you know, you can't have the Singe lane into Darius. There's so many terms and conditions. They didn't quite check those out. And all these asterisks just come back to bite you at the end of the game, right? Like, your Singe just cost you so much in your other lanes, and I think that it did look like a good Singe game if you could get into the mid game. It just costs you too much to get there.
Yeah, you lose a lot of initiative and a lot of tempo trying to make that one happen. So at least for this next set, if Final Adversity are going to keep playing for something aggressive like that, I would love to see a little bit more emphasis on a bit more pick potential, because you already have the Rakan, you already have the Rengar. If you pad it together with something that can follow up or something just tanky enough, because Singe is more of a nuisance than he is as a straight up tank. So if you have something that's able to soak up a lot of this pressure, I think they could have a very good composition overall.
But I like the talking point about what we saw there with Supporter, because it was fantastic in that he has played the Braum and looked phenomenal. He's now played the Rakan too and looked phenomenal. The bans themselves have not changed at all, except for that one position.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there, Skibby. No,
I'll go again. No, I was just going to say that, like, the bans have not changed whatsoever except for that supporting position, but Supporter in particular has looked phenomenal on that Braum and Rakan.
Yes, he has. I mean, I think I have some question marks about this game, right? It wasn't the best game for him. There's been a lot of better ones. He tried his best, but I think part of it comes back to the point we were making, right? They tried so hard to accommodate from the Singe that they fell behind in other lanes in other positions. And the plays which Supporter ended up having to make were a lot of the times desperation plays. When you think about this game and how the 5v5s played out, I would call back to the second Dragon fight where they used forgetting champion's name at this point. Rengar Ultimate Trill of the Han comboed with the Orianna Shockwave, comboed with the Rakan Grand Entrance. That just was so amazing. You know, that's exactly what they should have been looking for this whole game. Problem is, they're just so behind, they can't go for team fights, their lane assignments are all weird, and it all comes back to the Singe pick. You're trying too hard to fit that in where it doesn't.
Yeah, it starts off like you get one good play here, one good play there, and you still see the Orienna come in, hit a beautiful shockwave, and after that you see an amazing dodge away by the Feather Storm. You know, it's all these individual plays that look really good, but they don't sync up and they don't line up well. It just doesn't feel like that cohesion is there, and that's kind of where we saw BRU fall apart, because while they had some really good moments, really good snapshots, I'd say, it didn't seem like it made for a good film, a good movie overall.
Well, it looks like Champion Select is not too far away. I suppose we put a bit of a focus towards the top lane and briefly touched on that bottom lane as well, but we can't forget Domain on that Lee Sin. He had so many standout moments, causing those flashes to be pretty much perma on cooldown, and who can forget at the very end there, the Dragon's Rage to basically kill Secure 2, kick a teammate into an ally and say, you're locked in the fountain, here's your home food delivery, pick it up. And enjoy that grey screen. So I'm sure now the Champion Select, or at least the banning phase, is going to be a little bit more exciting to consider, because I don't think necessarily we need to run it back with these same bans. Perhaps you are still looking at that top lane focus. It has been the area we're highlighting and getting rather excited for, but surely now's the time to start pivoting and saying, all right, well, you know, the team have certainly answered the call. They've raised the ball with the spot lane providing a lot more impact in the game. So maybe some respect bans need to be shown elsewhere.
Skimmy, it took a whole day. It took a best of 5 game series going the full distance. Another day, another game on top of that for FLA to adapt once. You know,
What was it, 3 or 4 games, Brandon, before they stopped playing Fiora?
Yeah, it's like 4 games, right? I think they had the 1 game win and that gave them a good vibe, so they were like, all right, let's keep pushing for that. And it took 4 games total before they stopped playing Fiora, I think. You know, if we start to see this work out for them now, I think Fennel is going to keep pushing for this. If BRU are just able to abuse this, I don't think they have to ban it away, Skippy. I think they can just go for it. Let Fennel play whatever they want. Let it get into their head. I think that's a really, well, I guess reasonable response to the situation as well. But Fennel, you know, it did look good. So now the question is the second game going to look as good, right?
It's a tough one, right? It depends on the draft, and I think a lot really will come down to this draft phase. We'll have to see how that one plays out for me. I think the big thing is we need to go back to what we always talk about. Site selection is such a big deal here. I don't think it's a big problem for BRU to be playing either side, but I don't think BRU want to allow Fennel to get blue side, to get the first picks, to get what they want, and to force the Renekton ban. And I think that all of these things, all of these factors combined mean that BRU should be choosing should be choosing blue side just to deny it away from Fennel.
Well, it's critical of the draft, because I suppose we went into that one Senate Buriram, got everything they wanted. The curveball was that 5th and final pick for the Singed, and whilst we were saying it didn't really pan out, there was a clear objective in mind that they would have themselves a solid, strong engage, that it would have some ability to contest some of those objectives. Can we just literally put it down to how the early game floundered with losing that Drake, paying the ultimate price of a cross-map play for the Herald, summoning a turret, and you're up by 5k gold? You know, that is inconceivable.
It is. That's the perfect term for it, Skimmy. I love that one. It really is inconceivable, and I don't even know like what to say about it, because it just should never happen. It happened, and maybe that's the miracle it took for FLA to win, right? Maybe that was just a good game for them, or maybe that miracle, you know, just got all the stars aligned and whatnot. They were good spirits after, and I have to say, like, morale is a big thing this series as well, right? I think FLA especially, I always call them the team of young guns. Morale, momentum, that's gonna be huge for them. Let's see if they can keep it going.
Look, Skimmy, I think you're just giving Omo more words to use to flame teams at this point.
Inconceivable.
You're doing, this is not it, Chief. This is not the play. But that being said, though, what is going to be the play? I think BRU want to get rid of, again, those top lane champions. I think Riven is something that's more prioritized than the Fiora. And I also think that the team that gets blue sign, which is in this case going to be BRU, right, wants to go for the Ziggs and probably ban out the Twisted Fate. If you don't trade those champs and you get the Ziggs, it seems like they just play so much better with it.
Yeah, the Ziggs is definitely a big thing, right? And the thing I always say is Ziggs cheats the game. That's exactly what Fennel Adversity were allowed to do there, right? They had the tempo from the Herald swap getting objectives on both sides of the map. Couple that with the fact that they have Ziggs to permanently clear out waves. Super Mega Inferno Bomb just lets you clear out side waves as well. Ziggs is a champion which cheats the tempo of the game, and that is not okay. They go for the Lee Sin snatch. They don't want to give it over to Domain. I think that's fair as well for Buriram. They identify that, you know what, Ziggs was a problem, but we can play around that. Let's not give Domain this Lee Sin to accelerate the tempo of the game.
But look how interesting these bans are, right? Because we are still sticking to that top side, which has been prevalent of this entire series. But this time now we're getting double bans towards the supports, and the only thing that's been let through, which hasn't before here, is now going to be that Twisted Fate.
Yeah,
That's a
then
big one for me. I hope you pick it up.
No, yeah, you can bring this one because look, yeah, Twisted Fate got through, so it is going to be that trade. I was saying that Buriram probably wanted to get the Ziggs and then trade the Twisted Fate away, but if they want to play for it, Archony is so good on that pick too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that could go over the Fanversity,
Ooh.
could go over the show. But I think the big thing is I want to see it here for Buriram. Twisted Fate Lee Sin, such a good combo, and Cannon coming in. I think this is, what, the second or first even Cannon game we've seen.
Yes, the first one to see champs. We've yet to see it. It is the ultimate
Right.
team fighter. Nobody but, well, I suppose anybody but split pushing abusers loves to see this one. I love it for team fight. The Slicey Maelstrom comes on through.
There you go.
Everybody screams. And everybody gets excited because there is that TF.
Yeah, this is the thing that we were looking forward to the most. Archony has such an insane win rate on this champion, and he pairs it so well when you're going for an aggressive jungler like the Lee Sin, and it depends on how Fanversity play this one out, right? If they bring Ziggs back down to the bottom side and play for something else mid instead, you could see a really good spot for the Twisted Fate to be in. That being said though, Ziggs should be able to hold him down. Okay, this is interesting. I don't mind the Rengar. I think it's a pretty good pick. I would have maybe preferred Kha'Zix a little bit more, but still a really good pairing to work with what they have so far.
I do want to point out, I'm glad you brought up win rate on Twisted Fate because he is 4-1 in the C Champs as well, 7-2 in his regional league. So this is a huge pick for Archony, right? And I think, yeah, the Rengar is fine. I do like that it is kind of more of a pseudo frontline than Kha'Zix can be. And what you need from Fanversity is people to just run in for you, right? And there we go. We get the Cat Ball, we get the Senna healing and buffs, and we get the Super Mega Inferno Bomb on top of all of that. Pretty nice ideas from Fanversity. I do like the adaptation to pick up the Galio sub though. Very rarely will you hear people say, oh, Galio sub here is good because of the magic damage shield. But this game it's actually good because when he outs in the magic damage shield, it's going to be so helpful against the Ziggs ultimate as well as the command shockwave.
I'm pretty curious to how this Galio is going to play this one out because we've seen different adaptations playing for damage, playing for tankiness. You know, you could make it work on either end. So if they want to go and push for that, you could see a much more aggressive, much more kill heavy kind of game as opposed to the first one where it was relatively tame up until they made the late point.
Yeah, I mean, looks like to me they've just swapped sides, and red side is just sort of relegated to playing this cat ball composition, right? You know, Singe is gone, doesn't matter anymore, but they're saying what worked from game number 2, we're now going to combine that now with the cat ball, and Buriram has said, all right, it's time to bust out something a little bit more creative. Let's give us that first game in Kennen. Let's run it back now with double globals, and let's deny Domain this Lee Sin.
The big problem that I see is, yeah, you have the double globals, right? But you don't truly have someone that you want to play that around. Cannon is not your traditional split pusher. He wants to come to team fights. You need to have something like the Fiora, the Camille, the Irelia even. So it's a little bit curious. And the way I see this one likely to play out is that they're going to be using the Galio ultimate defensively, and they're going to be using TF to push side lanes and use Destiny's Gate to come to team fights, rather than using TF to go to the side lanes with the Destiny's Gate.
Yeah, it looks interesting for sure, and I think that what we've seen from Fanversity is a composition that looks kind of similar to what they've been working with, but also with some new adaptations with new tech.
Well, let's find out who got the draft advantage and who's going to pull ahead in this best of 5 series. Currently tied at 1-1. Let's throw it back to our casting team.
I'm a catch that, Skimmy. You're still watching esports. We're into game number 3 between Buriram and Vettel and Riku. We've got a series on our hands.
I know, this is the first ever Kennen we're seeing in the tournament. So excited to see how this is going to work out because Kennen slicing Maelstrom into the Galio ult sounds pretty spicy, especially Kennen, I believe back in PPGL has been that answer against poke compositions, high range, big range compositions rather, like a Varus or a Ziggs. So I'm excited to see this be executed by Noel.
Because a good slicing Maelstrom just ends an entire team. Like, you don't get to maneuver. So we'll see as we start off. This reminds me of the Summoner series over in North America. A little bit of good old 3v3 at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, having to just visit the mid lane to ensure that priority. You also get a little bit of that experience back to the lane. Here you responded the same way.
God, this poke. This Senna Ziggs lane from Danny and Rafi is just disgusting! Kenemon's rooted!
Exactly, and it's so interesting how Buriram decided not to do the lane swap because in 2 separate games, maybe this is why.
Shiba, he misses the call. He goes in with the Sonic Wave onto a minion instead and just eats half his HP in an instant. You can't make mistakes against that bottom lane.
Take a second, rather. But yeah, this is, again, a Kai'Sa lane versus something with high poke is always going to be very, very oppressive. See if there's going to be a fight in the Rift Scuttler.
Oh yeah, full roam up. Fennel want to punish their knowledge, and they've got supporter very low with a flash. He's shut down. Doming finds the kill alongside Rafi. Rafi actually gets credit, but Doming keeps going, and Archony lands the gold card. The Sonic Wave from Shiba was a little bit short, so there's no follow-up. Fennel already demonstrating a killer instinct, though, going toe-to-toe with Shiba's early game Lee Sin.
Exactly. This is, again, a different mode of Fennel adversity where, okay, sometimes they really like their scaling, but on other days, they like to play aggressive, like what we saw back with Doming on the Lee Sin, and now on this Rengar. We're trying to find and match Shiba here as, okay, yes, it's gonna be that Lee Sin who's gonna create early game plays, big level 3 spike, big level 5 spike, and Fennel has been matching that so far.
Yeah, stepping really aggressively, and I love the team call around that as well, Riku. To just hard punish once they know where he is, the entire team collapsing on him.
Yeah, exactly. They were able to, Danny and Rafi manage their lane so well. And well, saved by the minion there, I suppose.
Shiba has a rivalry with these minions. That is the second time in this very short game that his engage has been prevented by a minion.
Exactly, and there's this mirror as well, right? Because Doming has basically did the same thing earlier. Visit dual lane, be able to get that first blood, get that counter gank, and so far 2 attempts hasn't not only failed, but it created this domino effect where Fennel Adversity was able to get first blood.
Minions, like the Secret Service there for both Power and Danny. Get down, Mr. President.
I can't imagine the minion saying, "Are you all right, sir? Are you all right? We got you."
Flash, but he's still taunted. This is dangerous. Oh, that's a kill. Dawning Shadow nearly finds supporter. Archony blew his ult as well to join this fight with the Destiny. But Fennel, tied up, Buriram have got some blood on their hands.
Yeah, nicely done. That is exactly what we're expecting coming from a Twisted Fate. I remember when Archony picked up the Twisted Fate up against Divine Esports, it didn't bode too well. There was non-existent level 5 Destinies to influence the lane, and now we get to see that for firsthand.
Noel back to the top side, backed up by supporter. And they're going to keep going. They save the turret and engage onto Power. Doming's just leaving him. You either get out or you don't, bud. I'm not the minions. I'm not worried about you.
Yeah, you can tell Doming is basically signaling Power to just get away from this. But because of that engage at topside, it means Fennel Adversity can't exactly contest this Rift Herald. Unlike before, where they got, what, 2 objectives right away, right off the bat. But this time, it's just going to be a trade. It's going to be the Ocean Drake. And the Omnivamp is going to be very important. Or rather, it's a good deny, actually, away from Buriram. So, oh no, that is unfortunate that the Dragon reset it over there.
It's fine, we're doing great. Yeah. It's all great over here. It's fine.
They're fine. They're fine. Buriram is nowhere near them. That's okay. They can afford for that reset, I suppose.
Han Solo putting down the phone. It's all good. We're fine here. Fennel survived the Dragon reset. They do manage to get that Drake. Of course, Buriram did trade that for the Rift Herald, as well as some damage on the top turret. I believe the entire top turret falling.
Doming.
And it's gonna get worse, yeah. Buriram finding a kill, and they're gonna instantly summon this Rift Herald. That's the jungler gone. So it's not as bad as it could be, I say, because Doming doesn't offer too much teamfight potential, and that's what's gonna need to happen here. The turret still falls. Rift Herald will be shut down immediately afterwards, but it does its job. Buriram 2 turrets up.
Yeah, Doming is an important piece of this cog, right? The cat ball composition where Shaw is going to need that shockwave delivery system, and the only person that is able to immediately get in the middle of things is Doming. You can't exactly rely on Power because, again, He's having that stone plate on hand. It's not going to be a proto belt. It's not going to be aggressive for that engage apprehends. It's just there to be that tanky front line for the side of Fennel Adversity. So Doming, if he dies, Show is going to struggle with that shockwave setup.
And I would encourage anyone watching these team fights to try and keep track of where Show's orb is. It's the little ball, little orb you can see hovering throughout the fights. It'll hang on ideally to Doming or Power and ride them into these team fights so that there can be better engage outside of the range of Show so that you can get those shockwaves without Show himself having to put himself in personal risk. And it's a very important key to this Fennel composition because that's really all of the big engage stun they have. It's Power, it's Show's shockwave, and then Rafa's got a root, but that's very easily deployed defensively, and that's kind of what you're saving it for.
Exactly, it is for Rafi's route to help Danny easily funnel through all the bombs in the world.
Kong will be found.
Supporter.
Destiny is popped. Archony's
The
right here.
king.
Oh my! Right into the fight. Slicing Maelstrom. Noel stuns them all up. He's got a quadra kill. Maybe only a triple on the board as Sheba stole one of them. But that was 4 players wiped off the face of the planet by Noel.
Shocked. I am shocked. What was that kick, Sheba? Into 4 people and then into the slicing Maelstrom from Noel? Fennel Adversity, I'm sure they didn't see that coming because look at the map. It's so incredibly dark. They funneled all of their resources onto supporter. The support? Look at this, Sheba.
Wow.
What a play. That was massive.
That is exactly what you set up, Riku. When you said this slicing Maelstrom could find value, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, and now Fennel Adversity are going to be very, very careful. They've got a taste. It didn't taste so good. It was bitter. So
Their hair standing up.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like bleh. It's bleh. Oh dear me. I feel like Fennel, they're gonna be more hesitant now in like overstaying.
Oh, but there's the cat ball engage. The shockwave deployed. Sheba will be executed by Power. Supporter running for his life is tagged. Oh, double execute, double guillotine. Fennel find 2.
I mean, I said Fennel Adversity are gonna be careful, but without Noel around the vicinity, then they're not gonna be careful. They're gonna execute this cat ball comp, and they did it so well with the double man shockwave.
Very well done by Power to find those difficult to chase down kill finishes. Riram
Well,
thinking about contesting here. Destiny open, Archony teleports to the bottom of the fight, lands a gold card
Maelstrom.
onto Show, but the pole slice Maelstrom combo isn't nearly as successful. Power just tanks it. Archony from the bottom of the fight turns onto Power,
Danny.
has him low, and all of Fennel need to back away. They did get the dragon, they'll trade 1 for 1, and that will be the end of the action. Support for top laner. Fennel take that trade, especially with the dragon.
for Riram with a nice response over there. We get to see Noel try to buy some time, try to get that set up. Couldn't reach the backline, which is understandable. But at least he was able to buy some time for Sheba and the rest of Buriram to get exchanged kills. Still doesn't change the fact, though, that Fennel has 2 dragons on their end. So they're working towards their usual win condition, the Elder Drake win condition. And that is just 2 dragons away for them. And now, it seems to me that Fennel Adversity are gonna have to bait out the slicing Maelstrom before confidently entering a fight.
I love Power there, just stepping into the front lines and splitting that one, though. Keeps Noel from achieving anything with the slicing Maelstrom. He did have up. Buriram took that in a kind of weird position, but they still had the tools to make it work, and Fennel did a good job countering them.
Yeah, they had a few exchange kills here and there, and Power being that big zoner, which, you know, explains getting that stone plate on the board, getting a lot of these tanky items for him to survive as much as he can. Looking at the items, look at that. Double Rabadons is coming up.
Yeah.
For that big yummy spike. And Buriram has to be careful once that appears in the inventory of Fennel Adversity.
I'm not sure if you said it, but I just heard big yummy spike. Is that what you just said, Rick?
I think that's what I said. Big yummy spike! Kick!
Wow, that was a very yummy kick play, and it will find the kill. I'm in shock, and not just because of the play. Very well played by Sheba. Power's going to try and find some revenge. Noel flashes over the wall, saved by the heroic entrance. Excellently played by Supporter. Down Danny. Or down damage, and this gold card from Archon, he makes things very dangerous. This turret's just going to go down.
No,
there's the dive from Sheba, shut down, punished by Power. Oh, double kill past Arathi as he cleans up the low health bars from the back of the fight. The turret falls, but the trading goes 2 for 1 in favor of Fennel.
A really nice response coming from Fennel to go under the tower and then fight under there, forcing BRU to be a little bit scattered in their position. I think the biggest point there is that Fennel, again, will always be brave to engage, to take Buriram on, as long as Noel's ult is down. And right now, they are going to be responding to clearing down the towers because they've got a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, you can see just how much gold Noel has after that quadra kill earlier in the game. Fennel needing to back away, all retreating here. Noel pulled over the wall! Noel pulled over the wall into the team and shut down! Here's the dive through the front line, though. Doming and Power both falling. Is there enough damage left for Fennel? Back in the fight, Dawning Shadow finds the kill, but Sheba's still alive. He's got 2. Fast forward, looking for more. Show 1 HP, gold card from Archony. Buriram burn through Fennel, and it's Kinemon just destroying them. Excellently done. There's nothing left for Fennel, just Danny running for his life as Archony cleans up the last kill. And that'll be the Baron to Buriram in game number 3.
That's going to be a 3-man Baron here. Archony, everybody else are pretty low. Looking at the items now coming from Fennel Adversity, I don't think they're going to be buying teleports. They're not going to be making it to this Baron potential steal, and Buriram secures this for themselves. And it's now going to be the sieging. And I think the biggest worry for Fennel Adversity in these fights, in these dives, is that they don't have disengage. They're a pretty all-in comp. Taking a look at this again, really nice route coming from Danny, really nice pull coming from Power, but it still doesn't change the fact that Fennel Adversity weren't ready for this fight. The shockwave was underwhelming because it only hit 1 target. At this point, if you have 2 items, you've got Rabadons, the shockwave must hit at least 3 to make an impact in these fights.
And they don't get that properly positioned shockwave, I think because Doming overcommits off the back of the play, tries to recommit onto the front lines as opposed to maybe letting that be a 1-for-1 trade, worst case, maybe letting Power go down if things go poorly. And they're not fighting in a choke point, they're not fighting as a team that you say is ready for a fight. Fennel were midway through retreating.
Right now, Fennel is going to keep banking on this tower defense. Having to poke, and make sure everybody's low, and that's the time they go in. That's the time Doming's going to get that thrill of the hunt into that shockwave. So we'll see, because they're running out of time here, as now their base is slowly whittling away.
Fennel do have a pretty massive ranged advantage, but there's a decent amount of dive available for Buriram, so one mistake means that, well, Fennel just fold.
Yeah, it could be the game-ending push here.
Coming into the front line, stunned up,
Shockwave,
kicked
2.
away, Power takes over. Tanking so much, Guillotine doesn't find a kill, but everyone's low, and Doming's hunting, looking for a way to get in. Archony zones everyone away, 1 player falls for Fennel, that's Power gone, and they don't close any of the kills onto Buriram.
They're really nicely done by Power, but at the same time, Fennel Adversity just backed away so much, couldn't reach the low health targets on the side of Buriram. And now it is Fennel again, having to lose on this defense. They have a decent amount of wave clear, but their composition calls for them to all be together to make sure that they can finish off the kill. And Power is a very integral part of that, because with poke comes great damage, but sometimes the damage may not be enough, so you need the guillotine. And Power falling means a lot of low health targets surviving from Buriram.
This does mean, though, Fennel haven't lost an inhibitor. They are at a deficit, but they have a late game scaling composition. This Orianna, this Senna are going to do really big damage. Ziggs, that goes without mentioning. Do you think there's an angle for your boys from the Philippines?
Right now, Buriram's composition is so great for diving. You get Noel. They can just ignore towers, honestly, at this point, if they feel a little bit braver ending the game, because if Final Adversity is just clumped up under the tower trying to clear the wave, no hesitation, Noel can kill them all, and Supporter will come in with the hero's entrance, and, you know, don't even need Baron. They can end the game.
So no, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that was the long
Yes,
answer.
again,
The short
Riku.
answer is N no.
Betraying her region yet again.
No, I was like 100%.
I was with you
support.
during the Summer Super Cup when you predicted against Team Secret.
I'm just trying to not curse a team, okay?
Sure. She wins either way. She's playing both sides.
That's true. That is very true.
Baron here will be spotted out by that Mega Inferno Bomb as Fennel step up. Can Doming do anything on the steal here? No. Shiba in, kicks him into the team. The focus is in, but there's so much shielding. Doming survives through it all, finally burned down. Shiba down to 1 HP. He's going to be knocked into GA by a bouncing bomb as Power holds on the front lines. Fennel don't press aggressively enough to chase down these low HP kills, at least not yet. Power pushing forward, forces Noel out of the bush. Supporter, similar story. Kinemon successfully backs. Fennel run the map for the next 10 seconds or so, but they're down a player.
Okay. If Fennel is able to get a steal, which is possible because Doming will be able to leap through, even has a flash, and get out. If a Baron steal happens, maybe. Final Adversity, though, remember, win condition Elder Drake. 13 seconds till Doming spawns. I don't think he can make it, so someone else has to take the helm.
Elder burned. Power steps forward. 2,000 HP on the Elder. 1,000. Now back in front of him. In. It is too early by 100 HP. And Buriram get the Elder. Noel falls. And that should be game number 3. As Buriram have to fall away.
Doming.
Fennel do manage to make a stand in the middle of this map. Doming steps forward. He finds 2. Noel cleans up the backlines though. Raphael will fall. And it's just Doming left on the map. A 1v3 with several players down to slivers of HP. Can Doming find any of them? He's not near any bushes. He can't leap Riku. He can't find these kills. He needs to be standing in the grass. But he can't touch any grass. And so Doming is just out of his natural habitat. In with the smite for the kill. Shiba laughs at him, stopping him from resetting as Kinemon and Noel step into the base and close out the Nexus, giving Buriram a 1-game advantage in this best-of-5 series.
Yeah, Doming tried his hardest to try and stop the wave from going towards mid, but at the end of the day, you've got already that cannon and the Kaisa just clearing and finishing the Nexus. It looked pretty good for Fennel, but at the end of the day, Buriram had a lot of these towers down, had that lead on towards that Kaisa, and again, Kinemon, come late game, is going to be insane.
And I still feel like that entire game hangs on Noel sweeping through the team with a slicing maelstrom and just ending any chance of early game dominance. I
know, it is. I feel like after that slicing maelstrom setup, from the kick of Shiba, it sort of killed the confidence a little bit. They were doing so well up until that moment, and this big wombo combo Buriram had, of course, is so much better than the composition of Final Adversity when we approach it on a team fight perspective.
Yeah. What a game number 3, but of course, because both these teams took a game apiece during the early part of this series, we've still got games to go. I'll hand it over to Skimmy and the desk to break down that game and set up for what could be our final game.
Very much, TJ. It's always nice to get complimented by the boys on your figure and your appearance going into the esports broadcast. I'm trying to look lean, you know, we're bulking perhaps. That's a bit of a fat lie on the broadcast. It doesn't matter because we're here for games and we are in fact going to that game 4. That's right, Buriram taking it to 2-1 now as a result of perhaps making sure, boys, that Catball is cursed.
Yeah, Catball I think is kind of cursed. The Oriana just doesn't feel quite right for me. You know, TJ handed us to break down the game, but I think the game was a breakdown on its own. They were breaking down, you know, Final Adversity. They went back into this. It feels like the teams are getting baited into the idea that, yeah, Oriana is the pick to go. There we have it. I mean, honestly, Show, yeah, he has had some pretty good moments. I'd say he's even better of an Orianna than Archie, but to be honest, like, there's only so much he can get done. I think there's an argument that could be made, but it's like the same. You're playing Ziggs, you're playing Orianna, two champions that do not have initiative on your own. That's so little initiative. That's like you're trying to roll for initiative and you're capped at 5. You can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? A lot of the game then comes down to doming and what he can find on this Rengar, alongside power on this Darius as well. And of course, the answer is going to be pretty much next to nothing, right? In standard lanes, we saw BRU just be much more stable. And the key moment that stood out to me this game, Noel left his Baron lane, came down to the Dragon lane, got the I don't even remember the name, slicing Maelstrom in, and killed 2 of them, one of them, I think Danny dropped. And he lost nothing the top side. I mean, Buriram could have responded better on the play, Shiba could have rotated straight up directly, but them losing nothing except 1 plate on the top side, despite such an overcommitment, it just shows to me that BRU, they're like 1 step ahead. They're not really gonna lose tempo against a team like Fennel, and Fennel, they really just need to dumb it down, make it a run-in teamfight comp. You want things like the Senna Ziggs, that's fine, but you need to complement it with more champions that can successfully get the engage of the teamfight off.
Well, you know who we can compliment here, Omo? It's a lovely person. In fact, it's not even a person. It's an organization. It's opening that door once again, because it should still be open. I tell you what, if it's closed, then you're doing something wrong. Open that door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton, and you can get started on that investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. You have to wonder though, because it was such a pivot from games 2 to 3, where Noel's saying, here's some shock factor. Here is the Singe, which we put on this pedestal. Okay, maybe it didn't deliver as much, but here's the second shock. It was almost like he's just taking off the layers, much like yourself there, Omen. There's one shirt saying shock factor, and it's like shock factor V2, and out comes the slicing Maelstrom and the first cannon of the Sea Champs. It was a phenomenal game in that regard. Double Global certainly getting their job done, but I am solely focused on Kinemon that had 6 items, well ahead of anybody else, and pretty much did it all on the Kaiser. Can Buriram close things out with a match point? Or will Federal University do what they do best and take us to a game 5? Welcome back to the last chance qualifier here, as Buriram United showed us something a little bit different, but also a little bit of something the same. And in the end, though, the result was a dub, a fat dub at just that. Oh, there's the light, there's the darkness, it's all coming at once. Look at those pearlers of a teeth, mate. Look at you, the dentist is on point. I tell you what, we are having a great old time here on the desk. And maybe not as much as Buriram in that game. What do we figure that one out, Mo?
I'm happy. I mean, I think that was a good performance there from Buriram. Akin to me turning on the light, them dropping the Singe pick and picking up the cannon was a breath of fresh air for me. I think it's honestly, I've been waiting a very long time for this cannon to surface. It's something that I think has been brewing under the surface for a while, and I think it's a good answer to a lot of the champions in the meta. You might not directly counter them, but you do negate them, and you come and do a lot in team fights. And I love what we see from Noel. In general, I think there was only one team fight in the topside river that he botched. Other than that, it was a pretty good performance. I think there were still some criticisms of Buriram's play. They could have been more decisive in several moments. They could have been more clean on execution. But overall, that was a very satisfactory performance from them. And I think Fennel, they need to go back to their roots of what works.
Yeah, it has been the case where Fennel Adversity, you know, it seems like they've had moments where they've grown and then it looks like, oh yeah, they're doing really well, and then the next game they drop it, and then you're like, well, what changed? Not much, because it's the same strategy, but your opponent comes in and they're like, wait, all I have to do is this to counter that strat, right? So Fennel Adversity, they have to rely on a very solid foundation, a solid backbone, and it really comes down to having these fundamental principles available for them. Whereas BRU, you know, they are able to navigate different kind of compositions. You know, if one game doesn't work out, they're willing to try again. It's good and bad, because in situations where you have teams that are generally all rounded a little bit better, then you run a big risk of just, you know, dropping that 3-0 like against Divine Esports. Whereas against teams that are slightly better, for example, you know, having these cheese picks could help you eke out that 3-2 kind of win. And before we go into the next spot scheme, I know what you're gonna say, so I've left my door ajar. I'm gonna leave it. It's there, and I'm just gonna hand it over to you.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just stand up. Let's make sure this is PG.
Oh, we're going for this.
Yeah.
I'm opening the door. I'm opening the door.
Looks like
There
you're
you
gonna
go.
punch
yeah.
me.
Look at that. I could be punching you, because we could be punching on having a grand old time here in the broadcast. Because if you forgot going into the break, we did shout out our sponsor. They're fantastic and they are lovely. They make the C Champs what it is. So let's read out the script, because you love to hear it. You too can open that door with me and the boys here on the broadcast to that financial future with Franklin Templeton. You can get started on that investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers today. Grandin, smurfing it as per usual, mate. I know you're looking to try and take my position here as the host, because you're having so much fun queuing up these segments for me, which is just that much more phenomenal.
Look.
But maybe I won't even segue anymore. You know, you have your 2 cents.
The reason why that just couldn't get out of my head was because the last time I saw Omo do the door opening motion, the entire panel has always been pulling the door. Omo's the only guy that pushes the door. That was like, he's the only guy that pushes the door open. All I could think was the duality of man is that you have everybody else and you have Omo pushing the door open, and I just...
Well, he pushes when it says pull? Okay. It doesn't read the instructions on the door, but that's okay. We still love you, mate, because you've got a brain that is catered towards esports, and that's why I have to ask now the question.
And
as
only
to,
esports.
Well, yeah, maybe just that. What do we see going into this next Champions League? Because it's not too far away now for game number 4. So let's re-bring the conversation back to a degree of seriousness. I know it's hard to do at the best of times here. We have seen time and time again all these bans thrown towards the top lane. We have now seen double bans towards those supports. And now you've got yourself this question of, well, globals are in the mix, Catball isn't looking the greatest, and Lee Sin just continues to sneak in.
Lee Sin seems to be the big power pick here, right? Now that FL have lost the first match, they're going to be here on blue side, and that seems to be the trend, right? Every losing team seems to identify that blue side is the play. There's too many things to ban. We need to go blue, snatch the first pick, force them to ban the Renekton, exactly like you're seeing on your screens right now. Catball does seem to be a bit of a bait. Lee Sin seems to be the big pick here. BRU smartly adapt, recognize that that's a problem, remove it, give them the Ziggs. That's fine. We can hand you the Ziggs. If you play this again, we're confident to deal with it, and I think that Kinemon has proved that he's more than capable of outperforming when he's on his Kai'Sa. And I'm feeling a bit awkward here. BRU seem to be staring right at us.
You know what? I almost give me. I'm not sure if you guys recall this, and I'm not sure which game this was, but I think it was a Flash Wolves game where they were playing a 4-5 game series, and they had blue side, red side, and whoever got blue side won. So you would lose the match, you were red side, and then you would, when you had losers pick, go to blue side, and the person that started blue won the 5-game series. Do you guys recall which match that was?
I don't remember which one it was, but I know it was a Flash Rules match. Yeah, I completely. It was probably Fennel, right? Because they played 5 with Fennel.
Yeah, it probably was as well.
Yeah.
So it feels like the same case, like Fennel Adversity. It just seems like playing blue side, it's the only thing they really want to go for, and now they finally have the Riven left open. I think this is the window that they were looking at.
Yeah, Riven being left open is a big one, right? Because there's just so many things you need to ban. And this is leading me to a question as well, right? I feel like we've gotten to the point where teams need to start recognizing, you know what? It's time for us to trade 1 for 2. We're on red, we're going to open everything, we're going to ban your pocket picks. You take 1, we take 2. And that should be what we're looking for. But instead, BRU, they are going to weak side Noel here with the Darius into the Riven matchup. This is going to be an interesting one.
Okay, now looking at potentially the Xayah. Rakan's been left open. Okay, there we go. Rakan has a potential dual lane in the bot side. I quite like what we're seeing so far. I like the move away from the Orianna, instead having a little bit more power with the Riven, with the Rengar. I think this is a really nice move. BRU though, they're going to switch things around by grabbing some more pick potential. So pick potential here will probably enable Shiba to go be a little bit more aggressive again, similar to what we saw in that first game when he was playing something like the Lee Sin, right?
Well, I mean, this is exactly what we saw Buriram open up the series with, right? They played the Darius, they played the Xin Zhao, the only difference being that they had a Ziggs in the mid lane as opposed to now that Ari. So I suppose, you know, whilst you've got that AFK mid lane matchup, this time it is going to be a case of, hey Zen, where are you going? Because I want to tag on and, you know, hop on along for the ride. You know, maybe the hype train is in motion. We're ganking a lane, we're going to an objective, we're having a 3-1. What do we think?
I mean, you know me. I'm in the BRU camp. I'm all in favor of that one. Not your best, Kimmy, but it works. I think I do like the fact that they're willing to contest the Kaiser Galio this time around. They're saying, Danny and Rafi, we're gonna give you guys Xayah Rakan. And I think that's something Grandin has touched on a lot, is that Rafi's Rakan is something to be afraid of. It's something that you need to be careful about. And I like that they're willing to contest this. I'm just gonna be very honest with you guys though. I don't think Danny can match up to Kinemon. So we'll have to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I'm feeling similar as well. You know, Kinemon has just had some standout performances on his best games. But that being said, he's not able to single-handedly carry his team in the game as well. So if the rest of the map is imploding around him, you know, Kinemon isn't going to be that saving grace, I think.
But this is their bread and butter if we're looking at Fennel University. They are the Xayah Rakan team. So if there's ever a time for them to bust it out and to showcase what they could do with it, then I think this might be the game that they require it for, to get us into that game number 5, to get us into that situation where it really is as hype as a last chance qualifier is meant to represent. Let's throw it back to our team of casters. They're phenomenal as always, TJ and Riku.
0.5 Riku as we get back into things. Game number 4, Fennel here pulling out all the stops.
I know, they get all of the picks that they want. Power on this Riven. We can't imagine flanks. That's going to happen with a big AoE stun. You've got Danny and Rafi getting the top picks in the tournament, even when we talk about the Wild Rift Icon series locally. So with that Xayah and Rafi as well on this Rakan, we can't imagine big 2v2 fights for them to win. But the biggest question is, will the lane swap happen for the side of Buriram?
Yeah, and I was thinking about that during the break, because we oftentimes credit Fennel. I'll hold this thought as we have a little bit of a skirmish here. We oftentimes credit Fennel with hard focusing on those early dragon objectives. How have you felt about kind of the relationship of that lane swap and the fact that their normal dragon lane has been playing at the opposite side of the map?
Yeah, that's the thing. It is often Buriram having to state the pace because, of course, Fennel Adversity, so far in all of these 3 games, you know, they have been winning the matchup on paper, and Buriram has been in basically avoiding that matchup. And it feels like, okay, perhaps Fennel Adversity, because of the AD carries at topside, they're having a hard time a little bit in securing the first dragons of the game.
The objectives that Fennel are usually known for. And despite playing to their bottom lane, if their bottom lane is up on the top lane, then it's harder to get those dragons.
Exactly, and if Power doesn't win against Noel as well with that lane swap, then it makes things a bit harder to have a better ground on the first objective.
Yeah. just geometry for those of you following along at home. If all your players are on the top side, they can't be on the bottom. Here's the play down on the bottom side. As Fennel want to play to their duo lane as ever. Danny is on the Xayah though, and we're of split minds on this, Riku.
Yeah, I mean, Xayah, I find Xayah a really, really good champion just because of that self-peel. Especially if you're paired up with a... Wow, hold that thought.
Supporter in for the taunt.
Oh,
That's
my
gonna be
word.
first blood. An easy execution by Kinemon. Domeng just gone.
And that's exactly the thing about this matchup in the mid lane, right? Shaw and Arshini. Arshini can provide better skirmish presence versus Ziggs. And with that, it's just so easy to burst someone down. With, again, Shiba on the Xin Zhao, big level 3 spike. Arshini as well with a charm. And yeah, bye-bye, Domeng.
And what do you do with your jungler already executed during this early game? We were talking about how Fennel want to scale up. We oftentimes see very quiet early games from Danny on the Xayah. How possible is that if this early game is behind?
That's the thing, right? Final Adversity is not winning the 2v2 at the bottom side because of how Buriram has been playing, and as well as how they've adapted and collapsed onto Domeng earlier. So now Fennel is gonna bank on power here on this Riven for that big setups, for that big damage.
Here we go, power in for the power play, and Noel is
Wow.
going to be able to reset his HP,
Supporter!
joined by Supporter, guillotine in, power's gone, and Buriram are winning both sides of the map.
Read like a book. Supporter with the roam. He was waiting for it. Domeng going in. They catch the taunt. And that is exactly what Fennel should watch out for. Every time they go engage, we know that Power and Domeng and Raffi as well, both three melees, are going to want to dive into the fight. Supporter's going to reserve that taunt every single time as a counter.
Wonderful stuff from Buriram, anticipating everything Fennel are doing. They're not just reading Fennel's books, they're reading their diaries, they're reading their fanfics. Just awful
dear.
stuff. Yeah.
I don't want to know, TJ. Oh dear.
You never want somebody reading the fanfic you're writing, you know?
No.
Buriram with the spine. That hit a sensitive spot. Buriram with the spike. We'll take that dragon up top. Fennel, we're trying to take the Rift Herald.
Apprehend.
We'll pull him in. Noel plays around the side. There's the guillotine out. Supporter knocked very low. He'll recast the ulti from Galio over the top. This Rift Herald
Reset?
almost reset. Was thinking about resetting. It's 1,000 HP. Will reset
Oh, no.
at low HP as Fennel step forward. Domeng will be able to secure it.
Really good catch coming from Fennel Adversity. The way that they basically juggled that fight is really, really good.
Wow.
As they've basically scared Buriram away and then caught the Rift Herald and to secure that for themselves.
Yeah, just kept that ball in the air, juggling it very well. That ball in this case being a gigantic crab. I think Noel knows where Power is, or at least thinks he does. So Power was trying to set up an ambush, but he is now the ambush. Goodbye, Power. Very well played by Buriram, just baiting him in.
Yeah, this is what, the third time already Buriram basically has read what Fennel Adversity wanted to do. And with this opening up the map, that means Noel can be a little bit more present in these fights, and I don't think the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to stop Buriram United to take this tower down. And that is the scary part. They get First Blood Tower. And now they will be able to get climb more into that lead with 2k gold. It's starting to be scary because Noel having that Stair Axe making him a bit harder to kill now. Shiva, he's still there.
Power, it's the same lane. You've been down this lane before. And he's just shut down. Oh my. Deja vu, Riku.
It is deja vu. You know, it's a double deja vu for me because it feels like Power is getting the Asera treatment of being constantly dove upon, constantly being focused upon during the laning phase. So it's a pretty feels bad man for Power right now.
And what do you do without a top lane, without a bottom lane, means everything kind of falls to show, doesn't it?
It does, and that's the thing. He's a Ziggs. He will just stay in lane, try to find opportunities to take towers down, and that means Fennel Adversity has to use the Ziggs half and half. Use the Mega Inferno Bomb for fights, and be present in the skirmishes, like right now.
Skirmish up top. Rift Herald did collide against the turret. It will take a big munch out of the turret. Big bite, Riku. Not much more.
Fennel Adversity, the value of that Rift Herald has been diminished with not even taking the tower down.
Dive in, Mega Inferno Bomb. That's 2 kills! And Dominic still going, bouncing, flashing onto Shiba. He doesn't quite reach him. There, second time's the charm. 3 kills to Fennel.
Exactly what we're talking about. Use Shaw, make him involved in these skirmishes. Use the Mega Inferno Bomb for kills and for damage, not to clear the waves, and that is exactly what we just saw. Raffi again on this Rakan has been, again, 5 times in a row, I believe, during the Flash Wolf series, has been banned. Never has been unleashed. And now it is. The setups are showing. Double knock-up into all the damage in the world coming from Shaw and as well as Danny. This has been a very clean execution. And if Fennel wants to win this game, they have to keep doing it.
We can get that big AoE knock-up like you're talking about from Raffi and just follow it up. Say, okay, we got Mega Inferno Bomb, we've got the Featherstorm Blade Caller combo, we've got power on the Riven. That's really scary. That's Fennel's team fight.
And they should do it again.
Supporter in onto Show. Oh
Power.
dear. Good bomb. Finds 3. That's kind of all I can say about it, as Power is having one of the worst games of his tournament here.
It is very tragic to watch. Buriram, knowing that the Riven power is just so strong.
Coming, looking for the steal. 3,000 on the Drake and falling. 2,000 now. Doming still right round the corner. Leaps in. 1,500. Stolen? No. Secured by Buriram. And they're going to press forward for this fight. Holding at the back of it against Noel.
Kinemon?
Over the top. Kinemon tries to find the kill, but can't do it. Fennel don't get the steal, but everyone gets away.
Gotta love what Buriram did there. They decided to stop attacking the dragon, wait for the thrill of the hunt to expire, and push Fennel into an awkward spot.
Shiba trying to step forward to defend this
And
2v4. Noel round the side. Supporter now in 3v5, but low health bars for Fennel. Despite their advantage, that means Rafa needs to narrowly escape that. He will leap away like Tom Cruise off a speeding bullet train. Barely make the jump, Riku.
I don't think I watched that movie.
There's a couple of them. Tom Cruise leaps off of trains a lot, and it's kind of a big deal for him.
It's, I guess it's his thing then.
Yeah, what the other thing's running. He also runs away from stuff very fast.
And dodges bullets. What a guy. I should watch more movies.
You should watch more Tom Cruise movies, is what I think we're drawing from this conversation. Fennel did manage to escape, like Tom Cruise, though. And like Tom Cruise, we'll have to see if they can make a comeback in the second half of this game.
It is a possibility because they're forming this death brush here. They're waiting for somebody to take the most dangerous path to the jungle or to the lane.
Just walk in. Just step into our lair. Yanni pacing for the play.
Oh
Will he
my
die?
God.
Featherstorm keeps him up. The bait goes perfectly. Exactly as planned. The Blade Caller finds a kill. Danny does die for the play, but it's 2 in response. Shiba and Kinemon both gone.
Sure.
As Fennel's plan is executed perfectly. Show steps too far forward, but Arsene can't complete the kill. And so the Ziggs is still up and looking to burn down this turret
Doming.
as the flank
He
comes
going in.
from Doming. Round the side, knocked up. Doming's got the kill. Fennel finds 3 off of a chained play from their setup in mid, and they're looking for a second turret. Supporter goes in and finds a 3-man taunt. He'll find a kill off the back of that as well. Just
Tower.
burrowing through the team and killing Show, but the turret goes down in trade. So Fennel will still take that. Now here's a long flank from Noel, but Rafa yet again slides away.
What a prolonged fight over there, and everybody else, Shaw, gone.
Oh, surely
Buriram
not.
decided, let's take Baron.
They have to break away. This has to be bait. They do a map control. Very slow take though. 3,000. 2,000. Doming lurking. Oh, he's past supporter. Doming! Into the pit! He steals it away! What an incredible steal from Doming! Dancing past supporter, flashing into the pit, and getting the steal! And he keeps Fennel in the game! Now the setup, Doming 1v4 with the dive, mega in front of him, drop the ball low, and Doming still bouncing back and forth. He will finally go down, but Buriram have to recall.
What a crazy steal. Everyone from Buriram were there. Imagine supporter was present. It could have been disastrous. I can imagine Doming going in, you're going to get greeted by a taunt, but that was just so smooth. The taunt channel was just a tad millisecond too late, and then that was the opportunity where Doming was able to get in. Power as well with the assistance of the big AoE stun. I love the trust between these three. They say, let's go in. Shaw had the Mega Inferno Bomb. Let's cut their escape. Danny funneling all the feathers with the Blade Collar. It's just so perfect on that scenario.
What a steal. A highlight in this tournament. A highlight for Fennel, as they need this win to stay in this tournament. And they have just been given a shot. Here's the play now. Down bottom, supporter finds the taunt. Doming dancing through the fight as a massive Mega Inferno Bomb lands. Show with a huge explosion halves Buriram's HP, and they must back away from this dragon.
Yeah, Buriram can't afford to take this one because look at the waves. Top and mid have been pushing, and they have no space. They have no vision. They've decided to call it a day. Shiva has no ult. Archony has no ult. Fennel Adversity, they're still in this series, even though they don't have the gold lead and as well as the dragon lead. They're slowly climbing in, but something to address though is Kinemon. We know come late game, he's going to be incredibly strong, incredibly powerful, and all of his killer instincts, all of his aggressive killer instincts are going to count. Someone's going to die, and Fennel Adversity has to watch out for that.
You've also got the terrifying presence of Archony. Late game Ari's ability to just one-shot anyone waiting for an opportunity. Fennel need to execute these next team fights perfectly if they want a chance to get into the group stage. Their tournament lives rest on these next 5 minutes.
And I feel like the pressure falls heavily onto Raffi because
Shiva.
of the big engage.
Yeah, Shiba pokes in, but watch the flank from Power. He just steps in. Kinemon will burn him down. And so Fennel hold the middle of the map. You can keep your eye as well on the other side lane. Noel down bottom. Just burning through some turrets.
And getting that split push down. We'll see if Power is able to respond through this. They want the collapse though. What is the call for Buriram? There are no objectives whatsoever.
They're following.
We'll see.
Noel caught out here. Doming launches himself in. It's going to be a heroic entrance over the top. Is it in time? Supporter with 3-man taunt will not save Noel. Noel's gone. It's a big shutdown over to Fennel, and they're going to get away with it as well. Archony holds the front line. Shiba trying to make the play. Power will survive. Nobody goes down for Fennel. They find the kill, and they have time to reset.
Really nice disengage coming from Fennel Adversity there. They know that they don't have any resources to restart the fight. Look at this teleport though coming from Power. Do they want this Baron call? Because that's 17 seconds on the clock without Noel. Looks like that's going to be a no. It's just going to be there to be used to get to the lane immediately without Noel's presence.
Fennel Adversity, who crumbled under the pressure yesterday, could not close the series versus Flash Wolves. Now need to hold their own. 1 game away from elimination.
And this is going to be so intense. Power can be the victim again of this collapse.
Oh, it's going to be so close.
What?
Supporter, he doesn't know!
No!
He gets away!
What? Again? Noel?
And on the other side of the map, got a big bada boom! Noel! No HP! He's going to go for these honey fruit, but he's just caught out. They're going to start the Baron. Buriram, they're just starting the Baron. They see 3 players on the map, and they just go immediately in for the Baron. A desperate play from Danny. He's got damage. He's got a kill, but the Baron goes to Buriram, and Power goes down in the midst of all this. Supporter, Noel, traded for the Baron. Fennel, burned down the mid lane. They've got Show here, and they're going to try and take this inhibitor turret. Shiba dives forward, try to find a kill that would enable them to end the game. Buriram have the damage, but not the players. and so they will have to stay in their base, but they do save their inhibitor.
Really nice call coming from Boriram there to immediately take the Baron. It could have ended disastrous if they were indecisive, and possibly Fennel Adversity could have had the time to contest. But at this point, though, the waves are still shoved in favor of Fennel Adversity. And let's take a look at that again. While everybody was busy at the bottom portion of the map, Power did his best. He got basically pushed back by the ult of the Xin Zhao, tried to do a steal. It could have been 50-50, but it was Kinemon that was able to secure that Baron. Still doesn't change the fact that a good adjustment coming from Fennel Adversity to open up the mid lane. This means they have more space to work with for this Infernal Drake.
Doming nearly goes down right as the Elder arrives. That is hair-raising. Here is the Elder on the map, though.
It started now. It's being started by Shiba. What is the call now for Fennel Adversity? How will they go in?
Coming round this side, 9,000 HP on the Elder, 8,000 now, falling very, very fast. But Fennel don't dare step in. They know this is a trap. They know that Buriram will collapse on them if they do. And so they wait and it resets.
Both teams are very careful here. There's not a lot of vision invested from Fennel Adversity towards this Dragon Pit. Maybe there is. It's being started again.
Oh, Shiba all alone here. Noel's waiting in the bush, but he's going to get more than he can handle. Surely Shiba's caught out. Rafa goes in. Here's the play from Shiba, springing out the bush and focusing it onto Daddy, who Featherstorm's over the top. Featherstorm will keep alive. Daddy in the back of the fight. Him and Show both barely standing. Show goes down, but he's lasted long enough. Fennel are turning the fight in the front lines. Here's Kinemon arriving. Tries to get the damage out of a fight disadvantage. They're down one player, and so Killer is 6 into the back lines. Kinemon flashing forward. Kinemon for 2. He's done it. Kinemon manages to equalize the score in that one. He'll push down the bottom lane, and Buriram stands united outside of Fennel's Nexus. They're going to be able to burn it down and blast into the group stage unless the impossible can come out from Doming. He will fall, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the series. Buriram 3-1 over Fennel Adversity.
And Boriram United moves on to the group stages. What a fight, what a series. It was incredibly close at the very end, but the win condition of that Infernal Drake was the demise of Fennel Adversity. I gotta say, the last point though, with Noel coming from the side, being very sneaky, just hammering down, destroying the formation of Fennel Adversity there at the end, and Kinemon showing up real big at these late game team fights.
And I was watching those cameras, Riku. Buriram, it is relief on their faces as that series ends 3-1. Fennel were so close.
Yeah, they were so close to surviving and resetting the series into that big game number 5, but it wasn't enough. Especially they weren't having to gather those dragons for themselves. They weren't able to get down that early lead. And Buriram United, they were very patient. They believed in the Kinemon late game, and that's exactly what happened. Noel as well with his flanks were very, very well positioned.
What a game from Kinemon, and this is exactly what the promise has been for Buriram. They demonstrate it here in the tiebreaker series where their team needs to perform or they are eliminated, and they earn themselves a shot in the group stage.
Yeah, what a series. It was just so close. Again, I gotta love the dynamics. You know, we got Arshini here, Twisted Fate, Ari, and Shiba as well with that big skirmish or setting the early game for the rest of the squad.
Well, that's not all for today. We do still have that groups draw to set up the groups. Go ahead and break down that game, set us up for the draw. Take it away, Skimmy.
What on earth have we just seen? It looked like we were going to a game 5. Fennel Adversity could taste the victory screen. That's how close it was. There was a Baron steal, there was an Elder contest, and literally one final team fight where the AD carries popped off unbelievably to showcase that, hey, it started with me and it's going to end with me. 3-1 Buriram.
3-1 Buriram, and I think a big part of that for me, like you mentioned, was the AD carries indeed. I think Kinemon was just coming up huge on the Kaiser every game, and I think we have to give a lot of props to him, because we haven't seen many AD truly carry performances recently.
Look at Mr. Bias Boy over here. So happy that his team has won. But honestly, I feel so bad for them because Domain played his heart out, went into this game, and really showcased an example of why he can be an aggressive jungler when he's not relegated to having to empower his top laner, his Baron laner. Power did not have the best game. You know, he's had some amazing performances on the Ribbon before, and this is just not it. But Domain really showed off. And when he came into that same situation down the bomb side, as the waves were crashing in, he was the sole survivor again. I got flashbacks to the previous game, to the game before, where he was the sole survivor and he was trying to proxy the wave against Shiba on the Lee Sin. And I just felt so bad for him to be in the same position twice. And the only thing he can do is try to stop the team from Buriram from winning the game, but he cannot.
Yeah, and honestly, to give him credit, Danny did a lot of work this game as well. I had my doubts coming into this if they could contest, given what we've seen from Danny thus far. I'm a bit disappointed in his performance, but I think this game he really stepped up and he really did have a good performance to try to bring his team across the finish line. It was a grand effort all around, but ultimately just not enough. And I think a big part of that, disappointingly, comes down to power.
I mean, Power in that game, unfortunately for him, had to sub out the Proto Belt, as you said there, Grandin, to try and pick up the teleport enchant just to contest that very first Baron in the first place. It was that close, but it did kind of put him in an economical state where he was actually having less gold than Ruffy.
Yeah. Like realistically, you see his overall gold, it's higher than the Rakans, but for a big chunk of that game, he was actually below Ruffy because he had to make the boot swap. So that sell actually gave... I mean, it's just such a bad spot for him to be in, right? Because you're dealing with an opponent that's snowballing, that's scaling ahead. Like, he was trying to jump in, he had some good moments where he stunned the opponents and stuff like that, but it wasn't going to be enough, and it was so easy to itemize against that because your main damage threat, you're already looking at Danny, you're looking at Domain, and so it's just like, oh, well, I'm just gonna build armor anyway, right? So you stack that all together, it just makes for a really easy counter to power.
But I mean, that TP did find its value, right? And they did get the Steelwood Domain, smurfing as per always with that smite to get that Baron. And to somehow steal away a mid inhib. You and me are watching that in sort of disbelief, thinking, what's the next move? Because are they going to sort of sit back and say, crap, we've lost, right? But they went straight through the mid lane, stole away their inhib, and all the tension down to that final Elder play. It had it all. And now we get to figure out who the MVP was in that series, because I'm sure there's a lot of nominations, a lot of candidates out there that could really be fit for the bill. But let's see who it was. So let's bring out an MVP now and celebrate who picked it up for Buriram. Ah, Kinemon, there it is. 80 carries get some love. Omo, you're a happy man.
Yeah, it's a very well-deserved MVP for Kinemon in the series against Divine yesterday as well. His Kai'Sa was pretty much just the only thing keeping them in the game. Today as well, his Kai'Sa performances very much on point, from laning phase to mid-game to team fighting. And I think something which stands out for me is that he uses Kai'Sa actively in the side lanes to try to find picks, something which a lot of these teams don't actually do. And I think honestly Kinemon is just doing a lot of work here. But before we move on for this, I want to give a lot of props to Archony. I think he would have been my second vote, and he just did so much on his Twisted Fate game. He tried his best on his Orianna game, and I think in the last game as well, if you look at the Elder Dragon team fight again in the replays, take a look at what Archony does. He hits a full 5-man team of Final Adversity with his first skill, with his Spirit Op, twice in that fight, and that was what gave Kinemon the opening to really dash in with the killer instinct.
Yeah, I agree with Omo here. You know, looking back at Kinemon, you know, he's been able to show us a level of consistency that his team as a whole is not showing us. They've had some good moments for sure, but because of how Noel's champion pool kind of works, you know, he goes from anywhere between a Singe that is effectively an anchor to the team to a cannon that's able to sweep up the opposing team. Like, you have such a huge range. Kinemon being such a stable player is honestly a really good look and feel for Buriram United. And I think in the macro sense, it's a look into the bigger stage of the competition, because this is a team now that is going to qualify into the group stages. So you have to look as a bigger whole. Kinemon is able to match up with a lot of those ADs and a lot of those marksmen. He's not necessarily going to lose out against them.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, right? And I do want to see some questions be raised, though. He had an amazing performance yesterday and today, but all of those performances was on the Kai'Sa. The question then comes, what is the depth of your champion pool beyond that? I know you played at Zarya, but how confident are you if these pools get tested? Are you able to contest the Varus? Do you want to play the Ziggs? All these kinds of questions I think will start to arise and start to be tested as we go into the group stages.
Certainly will, and that's what we no doubt are getting excited for now, because we have 4 teams guaranteed, locked in, and hungry to prove themselves, having warmed up in the play-ins, and now keen to showcase what they can do against the world's very best in the group stages. And yeah, once again, Kinnymon, congratulations. AD carries do get some love. Sometimes they get one shot, or sometimes they do the one-shotting. I do believe we actually have a special interview lined up already, nice and early on. We have supporter from Buriram United joining us here on the desk right now. The winning team, the winning player, the support player, hence the name. Phenomenal performance there, supporter. I have to ask the obvious question right now. How does it feel to qualify for groups?
I don't know what to say. But yeah, just we feel great, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do, because it was a phenomenal performance. A 3-1. It went down to the wire. I mean, how did you hold your nerves in that final game? Because it really could have gone to a game 5.
We just know that our top laner is already fed, have a lot of money, so we just stall the game. We know that if we get one good fight, we can just end the game. Since they have 6, right? We have Galio, Ali, and Xincha. We can just fight anything.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we saw, right? You know, the sort of decisive nature to end the game. How would you rate your performance as a whole? Because we saw a lot of those support bans, so you take that as a sign of respect that you yourself played pretty well?
I think I'm a one-tick bum. But yeah, I can play more than just a bum, to be honest. Yeah. Let's say that they respect our main champion, to be honest.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Do you have a question, Omo?
I have one quick question. Since we're going into group stages, is there any team that you're excited to face against, or any teams you don't want to face against?
Team that we excited to face again?
Yeah.
I think we would want to see DY again.
Okay.
We need to do more homework to them. Yeah.
Okay, you want to get revenge.
Yeah. And one more thing, I want to see Alien in my group stage too.
Who?
Alien.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, I get you.
I
All
got
right.
one more question for you guys actually. It's a bit of a sad one, but in your regular season, you guys were undefeated, and I know you guys were in the upper bracket as well. I'm sorry to bring it up, but do you have any idea of what you think went wrong in the grand finals, and do you know how you want to fix it?
The thing is that, in my opinion, we left 2 easy champion to be played and then 2 scale for EVOS at that time. We left them to have Sig and Alex almost Sig and Kaisa mode every game, making us harder to play because we lost 2 of our best champion also. So what we should do now is expand more champion pool. Yeah.
And we did see that. We did see that sort of explosion of the champion pool. Let's just briefly touch on before we let you go and celebrate. Into the top lane, Noel. He gets that singed. It doesn't work out, but then he plays the cannon. What happened there?
What happened to the cannon?
Yeah, I mean, it looks so good. We were so surprised.
If I answer like a professional, right? It's our top laner have a big brain. He understands the game very well. But if I
Don't
answer
answer like a professional. We don't want that.
Honestly, he panicked. He cannot fight Walat. That's the reason. That's why we have Kennen.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
Wow.
A little bit of flame to your teammates there. Why not? Look, mate, supporter, congratulations once again. The 3-1. You qualified for groups. Go and celebrate with your team. Go enjoy.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you.
This is for invade. This is for invade. Thank
Well,
you.
granted, I mean, a happy player, a happy team. They've done it all now, so I suppose
I love
it
that
was
guy.
no real surprise. Oh, absolutely brimming with charismatic nature. I love more so than anything the fact that he says, we want the rematch against Divine. He doesn't even care about the group teams. He's still got his mindset stuck in play-ins.
No, yeah, I mean, if I lost 3-0 against them, knowing that I had the chance to probably take the full game series against them, yeah, sure, why not? I made them have to play again today, you know? Maybe these guys have busy lives. Monday was supposed to be their off day. They were supposed to go and have a good time. Now they have to take the time off their day to beat Fennel 3-1. So maybe they just want some revenge against Divine Esports. I think they also mentioned Alliance. Was that right, Omo?
I didn't quite catch that part actually. Was that it?
I felt like it was. Was that? Could you tell, Skibby?
Well, I couldn't tell you, and that's why I have you guys on my side. I'm too busy listening to everything else going on in my head right now, and yeah, I mean, if it is the case, I'm sure we can get
Got voices in
confirmation
your
from
head,
Twitch chat. Well, I've got lots of voices in my head. I'm not delirious. I'm not a mental madman, but I am here. I am here, so I suppose I am mad in some capacity.
Well, Matt.
Oh, we are all mad in some form or fashion. We do have another interview to look forward to in just a second. So whilst we wait for that one, it will be Power from Fenway University. Obviously, we can talk through the motions of sort of how their tournament has gone and so on and so forth. But I'm excited really to see where this roster can go for the future, because they've certainly shown a lot of fight in this competition. They're going to be obviously devastated with the way things have ended on this occasion, but a team to look out for the future. Yeah, all right. Well, we're just going to leave that one on deaf ears, because I've been told that the producer team is ready now to bring in Power. So let's welcome Power, the top laner here for Fenway University, on to our screen right now. And I want to ask the obvious question here, Power. Mate, a gutting feeling. You've lost today, but, I mean, what's the immediate reaction? How are you feeling after a sort of a gut-wrenching performance like that?
I mean, it's absolutely disappointing, but this is just how far our team is able to perform, I guess. But for sure, the team is feeling the loss, because we did all try our best, but there's always the next tournament and next season.
I'm sure there is, and I'm sure it's not the end of what we've seen from this roster, because it has been a long tournament for you guys. You played some of the most games out of any teams here in the play-ins, back-to-back best-of-5s against the Flash Wolves. Do you view that as a blessing that you got a lot of stage practice going into the series?
Oh, for sure, definitely. Battling it out with the best teams that he has to offer will definitely help us improve in moving forward, domestically and international tournaments.
And I have to ask a cheeky question, because we've seen you get a lot of these bans towards the top lane. We've seen you play time and time again this Fiora. I can see the smile on that face, mate. Tell me, what's gone on with this Fiora pick?
I guess it's a part of our side that we lack flexibility, and I guess that's on me. I don't blame my team. That's just on me being an inflexible top lane. But for sure, we'll come back stronger the next time we see.
Yeah, and that's where exactly I want to ask the next question, right? Is what is the plan for yourself and the team moving forward now?
Probably give ourselves some more strategies, because the way I see it right now is we're a bit inflexible and we lack strategies against better teams. So maybe concoct some more strategies in the future, and maybe break that inflexible weakness of ours.
So no time for rest. We're just straight into practice once again. You're just straight into the solo queue, figuring out new champions. I respect the hustle, mate. I do respect the hustle. Well, commiserations once again, mate. You have fallen out of the tournament here today, but you've given us a really good show to get excited for the fans to enjoy, and for the Filipino region to be proud of.
For sure. Thank you so much for all the support that the Filipinos and non-Filipinos gave us. We'll definitely come back stronger.
Beautiful, mate. Well, I appreciate your time as always. I'll go let you enjoy the rest of your day. And well, that does it really here for us in the play-in stage. We get to close things out now and look forward towards that group stage, as Power's still chilling on our screen. He's just hanging out, but there he goes. He disappears. And boys, I have to ask the question. Obviously, he seems distraught by the result, but there's a grind mental sort of, I was going to say Sigma grind set to it, but I didn't really want to put that out there. But he's a hustler, isn't he? He's out there saying, look, it's not happening, but we're going to run it back, Omo.
Look, I really love what his approach was. He said he didn't blame his team. It was his inability to be flexible as a Baron laner, as a top laner, that really led to what we saw here today. And I think that really hit the nail on the head, right? He didn't deny responsibility. He accepted his responsibility for the events, and I think he had a very good understanding of what they need to change and adapt going forward as well. And I know that I haven't voted for Fano pretty much a single time in any of their matches, but I have to say that I think that this team is very mechanically talented and they're very skilled young men, and I'll be excited to see what happens to them next split, honestly.
I think that's really the case, right? Because you're looking at it again, and he's so self-critical and stuff, especially after the loss. But to be honest, like you look back on a lot of the previous matches, it was an issue that wasn't so clearly identified because Power has smashed a lot of his matchups before. He's gone up against a lot of teams and he's won his lane outright. And because of that, I feel like it's imbued a sense of false confidence in the team. And now this exposure to it that says, hey, we do actually have to look to expand that. It's in similar sense, he can take a lesson from Buriram United, because when they said, hey, Noel can't play as a 5-man team, what can we do instead? Let's play for stuff like the Singe, like the Cannon, stuff that is able to provide a different feel and different texture to the team overall.
Well, as we close out the play-ins, it's time to once again thank our sponsors that have allowed the play-ins to be as exciting as they have been. 7 days of competition, and we certainly couldn't do it without them. So let's bring up Franklin Templeton one more time, because you love the speech and you love me doing these motions on camera. Why wouldn't you? I mean, there's a clip right there for you if you're ever bored and keen for a little bit of entertainment at night. Open a door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton, because you can, really can, get started on that investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers today. And as much as we do praise Franklin Templeton, we have to also give credit to our other partner in crime. It is none other than One Esports, because they are the home of esport heroes. They are the place to watch all this entertainment and to keep up to date with all the latest news as to how the C Champs are participating and how they're going on, because you can get all that daily dose of action all the way over at oneesports.gg. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure once again being on the desk with you guys. We're closing out the play-ins, but not too far to now look forward to with that group stage. That's where we now turn our attention towards, where we've got those 12 teams now fighting for a chance to prove that they can be the best team in Southeast Asia. So we're going to jump to a quick break. It's going to be a 10-minute break, but when we return, that's time for the live group stage draw, where we're going to figure out exactly how Group A and Group B shape up. So, yeah, I'm not sure what to expect for that one. Yeah, I mean, you have to be hyped, really. I'm just really at this stage waiting for the graphic to come up for us to transition out, but we're chilling. We're staying here. We're hanging out. I'll be honest with you guys. So let's close things out once again. Yeah, group stage, group draws. It's all happening. We'll see you very shortly. For the meantime, though, Plains is done. Enjoy these highlights. Yes, welcome back, and thank you for sticking with us as we now get to turn over the page and explore the next chapter of the C Champs. Yes, that's right, it's going to be time for the live group stage draw, and for that, I'm joined by these two very handsome individuals once again, because you just can't get enough of us all together on the same panel. It's very chaotic, it's full of a lot of energy. My name's Skimmy, we've got Gaming Nearson, we've got Omo, we're bringing it back once more. Now, boys, we close at the play-ins with a phenomenal 3-1 series with Buriram taking the final seed. But now looking ahead, I mean, what's to be expected?
Yeah,
More chaos.
that's about it, right? What we saw from teams before, you know, the first seeds I think just do even better. Like, it's just more chaos across the board. And I love the fact that we have Omo doing the group draw, the live draw with us, because he simultaneously has the brain of the head coach and the vibes of the Ringo. Right?
The vibes of the Ringo. That's a first. I'm really about to pull this off if you guys keep going.
Okay, well, before he takes his shirt off and we get absolutely banned here on Twitch and YouTube and wherever else we're broadcasting, let's bring up those qualified teams and show you exactly who's here competing to try and win the majority of that 200k USD prize pool. 12 teams
this is so exciting.
are in that group stage, and we have teams all that started off here as the first seed. We've got EVOS Esports out of Thailand, Team Secret from the Philippines, SBTC Esports from Vietnam, one team from Taiwan, Alliance from the Singapore region, Geek Fam from Malaysia, SVP from Hong Kong, and an MBR from Indonesia. And as you would have seen across the last week of competition, that's our 4 play-in representatives. Divine Esports out of Vietnam, Flash Wolves from Taiwan, Team Flash from Vietnam, and Buriram United just getting it moments ago, and they're from Thailand as well. Grandin, what do we make of these 12 teams?
Look, is it any surprise that we see 1, 2, 3 Vietnamese region teams competing in the group stages? Oh my goodness, this is so nuts to me. Two Thailand region teams? I mean, it's just so stacked. How can we go from a stacked play to an even more stacked group stage? It's crazy.
It really is, and I mean, this is what we're going to get ourselves excited for what we're about to witness with that live group stage. 12 teams, 2 groups. They're going to be broken apart, but the most important part for me is out of those 4 play-in teams, only 2 can be in the same group. So those teams will get a chance to not face each other again ever so early on in this competition, but to be split apart and be maybe kept that way, almost like disobedient twins if you're a family person. Well, exciting for those play-in teams, but also for the Vietnamese region, as they have 3 teams qualified here. So the standard rule would be that no 2 teams from the same region can be in the same group except for Vietnam, which I suppose simply put means if 2 teams are drawn into one group, automatically that 3rd team will then go into the opposite. So big representation coming out of Vietnam. They have been the team to watch. They have been really the narrative from the very get-go this time last week as to how strong they are as a collective, Grandin.
Yeah, man, this is so difficult to say. Okay, group stage, the live draw also involves teams in different pools, right? So you're gonna have to go through all our playing stage teams first, and so that will give us some information on how that one plays in, and then we go into the meat of the entire situation with your pool ones, your first seeds of all the different regions,
big boys,
and all that's so much chaos. And not all first seeds are made equal, right? There's a difference between the different types. There's a difference between the style they play, and we're going to 2 big overarching groups. Like there's no life, death, or anything. It's really just coming down and trying to play the best games that you can.
Look, Brandon, I have to disagree with you here. I think all first seeds are made equal. Some are just more equal than others.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the approach we're gonna go with here. Yes, Kimmy, I can see a befuddled look on your face.
Yes, okay. All he says is, yeah, they're not all made equal, and leave that one there. That's the mic drop which he's presented us with on this occasion. Well, I suppose we've got ourselves that live draw. Once again, saved by production. I don't know how many times they can save us on this occasion, but they've done it again. Let's welcome Elle to the show, who will be conducting the live draw, and we'll get to witness the magic that is the group stage draw. So let's get excited for this one, and we can hope that some of these teams get the draw that they are after.
I'm excited to see this one go, and for anyone who doesn't remember, the way the group stages are going to work is we only have 2 groups for 12 teams, so that's going to be 2 groups of 6. The bottom 2 teams do not make it to playoffs, so only 4 teams from each group will make it. who's our first team gonna be, guys?
Really have that ringside go vibe, Omo. And
I'm pumped.
first team, here we have it.
Team Flash.
Team
Vietnam.
Flash are your first team that have qualified from Vietnam, and that means they'll be going straight into Group A.
Okay, so Team Flash, we've seen a decent amount of them. They went into bracket C, a relatively easy bracket for the play-in stage, we have to admit, but they still took it in convincing fashion. So at the very least, we know that they are cut above the rest of the competition. That being said, though, where does that place them in the group stage? It's still too early to say, but that is at least one Vietnamese region team that's confirmed into Group A. So if they're lucky, they might dodge SBTC. If they get Divine on their side, they can not face off against SBTC at all. If best case scenario, both of them are going to be the other side, right?
Keep in mind as well, right? Team Flash, these guys were the 4th seed from Vietnam, and we already saw how dominant they could be in play-ins. Yes, it was an easier group, but they still showed off their chops, and I think they have a lot to come and prove here in the C Championships, which is why I think this is definitely a team you don't want to underestimate, and a team you want to be watching out for here in Group A.
They do seem like the wild card out of all the competitions so far, and I guess the real big question on everybody's mind is just how far Team Flash can now go, coming in as that 4th and final seed out of Vietnam. So let's throw it back to L once again, and let's see now who our first team will be going into Group B.
Holding my breath, guys.
There are only a few options left for this bracket, so we'll kind of have an idea. I mean,
Granted, there's 11 options left.
no, Omo, there's only out of this pool 2, all the play stage teams first.
Yeah, you're right. I'm so dumb.
Omo, I've explained this already.
Divine! They did luck out. They didn't get Divine on their side of the bracket.
So there we have it. Divine Esports in the second bracket. This is the other Vietnamese team that they had to dodge, and oh my goodness, I think this is a scary one, Skimmy. I mean, the good part is now they dodged away one Vietnamese region team. The downside of this is they can still face off against SBTC in the same bracket, but Divine, I think, are going to be a strong contender in bracket B.
Yeah, I'm sure Divine will be quite happy with this one to start things off with. But it does mean now that we've only got Flash Wolves and Buriram left in that initial pool. I have to start to wonder which way they will prefer things to fall, and if it is going to be favourable enough for them. Omo, what do we mention, or what do we reckon?
You do remember what Supporter said in the interview. He said he wanted to go up against Divine again. After they lost 3-0 in the winner bracket finals, he wants to prove a point, right? He says that he needs to do some more preparation and draft. And I think in the interviews that we had with Buriram, that's a pretty common trend. They said that they need to expand their champion pools and work on their drafting. And I think I would be excited to see them go up against Divine again. It's a bit of a grudge match we have developing here.
Well, let's see if luck is on their side and if Supporter will get his wish. Let's go back to L once again for those final 2 options. Coming out of the play-in stage. And we'll get to see if Flash Wolves will get drawn here to go into Group A, which means that Buriram will get their desired rematch.
To me, I just hope that Flash Wolves don't go into Group A, so we don't have 2 teams with Flash in the name in the same group, because that would confuse me to no end.
The moment of truth.
United East.
Oh, they're not going to get it. They aren't going to get the rematch. They're going to have to wait for the knockout stages. They're going to have to wait for those playoffs if it was to be the case. But I suppose all those jokes aside here, Team Flash, Flash Wolves, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to be on different sides of the brackets, and I'm glad to see that one. And we will have Flash Wolves to round this one off in Group B together with Divine Esports. I'll be honest with you here, Group B is shaping up to be a bit of a scary one.
Look, I've never seen a protagonist, a hero movie where the protagonist faces off against the antagonist in the first round. That just never happens,
That's
so
true.
this is hero building. This is BRU having the chance to play it all the way to the knockout stages, the playoffs, the face off against Divine, and that's when we're gonna see those formidable opponents face off against one another. That being said, though, I think I do agree with you. Group B is looking a little bit scary for now, but again, this is just the play-in teams. The groups, the main bulk of the play of the first seeds, right? That's where it's really at. This is just still too early to tell, Omo.
Yeah, and I like the narrative that he had as well, right? Buriram, the protagonist, they got knocked down by Divine in the prologue. They need to go through the whole character building montage, facing off against the other teams before they have a chance to face up against Divine. Maybe in the playoffs, right? But that's still a long ways off. I mean, honestly, both of these groups are not looking easy, and that's kind of kind of the thing which I have in mind as well, right? There's never gonna be an easy matchup. If you think about who the weakest teams are, you probably have like 2 teams here, which you could say are maybe weaker. And even then, like, they are still very real dark horses. So I would say that it doesn't matter which group you get placed in. There's not going to be an easy group.
Certainly not at this stage. Well, it's time to now go back to L and look at Pool 1 and finally get a chance to see how these first seed teams from their respective regions will make their debut. And we'll get to see which team from Pool 1 will be making it into Group A.
Almost, if you grew out your hair a little bit more, maybe this could be you out here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, actually. That would have been my dream job. Like, I really wanted to do the drawings, but I really wanted to pick the teams even more.
Well, there we go. The hand is stuck. Oh, okay.
The last minute juke. And the mechanics are being displayed here, even with the live draw session. Who's it going to be?
SVP Taiwan.
SVP.
Oh. Look, I'm going to be very real with you guys here, right? First seeds, they're not all made equal. We saw what happened to QWQ in the play-ins. They did put on a pretty good showing, but I think here, up against the big dogs, I'm gonna be a bit skeptical of the Hong Kong region teams like QWQ
hold up.
and SVP. I don't think they have a great shot.
Hold up, Omar. You say that, but the last time around, SVP, you know, different name, same team. The last time around, they were MVP, and they came into the SSC. They took 2nd place in the groups, mind you. Right?
But then the groups only had 4 people.
Yes, but they still took 2nd place in groups, so I have to give them the benefit of the doubt to say that, you know, this is not a bad team, and it depends on where you place Team Secret as well, because they were able to take a game off of Team Secret, starting things off as well, so...
I'll be the backup here, Great Gaminism. If I were to ask you, would you rather play against one team or SBTC, or would you rather play against SVP? Which one would you take?
You know what? I'm not going to answer that.
Not all
take
first
away
seeds
group
are
stage.
made equal.
Well, I suppose he's just done you dirty on the broadcast right there. Well, I suppose that is the question now, SBTC, because we don't have that foregone conclusion as to where they can go. No 2 Vietnamese teams at the moment, so really are waiting for that that luck in the draw to see where they will go and which team will then have to, unfortunately, verse them again. Regional PTSD coming back at you. L, let's see what their next draw will be as we look to explore further now into Group B. See who Divine and the Flash Wolves will be taking on.
Look, I'm really looking forward to seeing one of the stronger first seeds show their way through into Group B early on.
Group B is going to be the group of death, then we're going to have another group of Beth. I don't want that.
No, I want to be able to see early on like where the power level is going to be, and there are enough seeds that these top teams can still make their way through. Like we get, there we go.
No.
SBTC straight away. All 3 Vietnamese teams have been grouped. They've been placed. And you said it was the group of death, and it well and truly looks like it now.
Oh, this is gonna be a disaster. I think all the teams watching this right now are gonna be hoping and praying that they don't get put in Group B. Once again, in play-ins and in group stages, we're gonna get a group of Beth.
Look, SBTC esports have come into this. They smashed a competition before. In the SSC, they were a little bit shaky, but as they went deeper into the competition, they looked better. Now, the question really has to be asked because of the issues that we faced with Divine Esports at the start of the C Championship. Where's the Vietnamese region we're going to be? But I mean, results speak for themselves, right? 2 out of 3 of the Vietnamese region teams have qualified in through the play-ins, and now they're going to be joining SBTC. Overall, we can look to this as a strong region, and like Omo said, you know, this is looking to be a scary group. Teams are hoping to get placed in the Group A. I'm gonna call it out right now. Alliance is gonna be in bracket A. Trust it. Yeah,
I hope so. I mean, I'm a little bit biased here, right? But as a Singaporean, I hope they do get Group A for Alliance. So we'll have to see if that one plays out. I mean, to me, we saw how dominant Divine were in their groups as well, right? They had a bit of a shaky start, but when they really got it together, Divine were just rolling through everybody like a freight train. Now, keep in mind, in their own finals, SBTC rode through them, so it really puts into context how scary these teams can be. Look at Group A.
I mean, just look at that, really. Group A and Group B, SBTC, as you also mentioned, having been so strong at home in that Summer Super Cup, did finish 4th and rolled over a few teams on their way, on their march to dominance in that fashion. So, wondering if they've taken it another level ever since then. 3 teams so far. Maybe Group A just seems like the place you want to be.
Group A is definitely more comfortable right now. It's not looking great, I gotta tell you.
It feels... Granted, you know, things could still switch around. You still have some very strong teams. One team has not been placed yet, right? Evil's Thailand has not been placed yet. If those teams end up in Group A, there's a case and argument to be made about how scary they are as well. That being said, you know, there's something that didn't feel as great was not being able to see the OCE teams competing, but I think we're still in good footing here.
To be fair, if you look at the rest of the teams here, I think if the OCE team had been here as well, that might have been a little bit more brutal.
It would have been rather brutal, and that's why they're not here. Unfortunately, they decided to drop out and let me be the token OS representative. Absolutely. Let's throw it back to L again. And let's see now which team will be making it into that 4th spot here for Group A. Will it be a desirable draw? Will a team get themselves a get-out-of-jail-free card, I suppose?
Well, whichever team ends up in Group A here, well, yeah, I believe they might as well get ready to. Well, actually, it might be. It's not so clear, straightforward, right? I think I've made my argument for that before already. Here we go.
Just pray that you're not in Group B is what I would say to all the teams right now.
Team Secret, Philippines.
Oh my goodness. Wait, this is A, right? They go into A, right?
This is going to Group A.
Oh my god, that's such a relief, because if they really went into Group B, that would have been a disaster, but okay. I mean, I'm super excited for Team Secret, right? Because I've always pushed this narrative that we don't know how good Team Secret are. We know that they kind of had a bit of underwhelming showing in the Summer Super Cup. But this team, I think the narrative is that they do not scrim SEA teams at all. They purely scrim Chinese or Korean teams, is my understanding of it. I might be wrong, who knows? But it really goes to show that you don't know their true power level, because in their local league as well, they sped run the whole thing. They just rolled through. I don't think they dropped more than like 1 or 2 games. So it's going to be a very dominant Team Secret we see coming into the C Champs, and I'm very excited to see what their form looks like.
Yeah, it definitely felt that case. You know, even in their final game up against Fenway University, they dropped the first one in their best of 5, and then they just swept them for the next 3. You know, they were in such dominant form throughout the competition. It really does make sense to kind of go about it, as Team Secret just does look a cut above the rest of the Philippine region. And I think that if they have a chance here to perform, this is definitely going to be it. Bracket A looks to be the perfect playing field for them to demonstrate just how good they are.
I suppose the concern is, Mo, is, as you quite rightly say, how good is Team Secret? Having bowed out so early on in the SSC, I mean, is that strength there? We always talk about, you know, China and Korea being so well versed in esports, and if that is enough to really say that they've come back into this almost like the hyperbolic chamber. They've been practicing off stream, they've been practicing off comp, and they come back into this one and say, Group A, we're going to show you, you know, really truly how strong we are. So I'm excited to see this one. You can make your point in a second, because we're going to throw it back to L and figure out which team will be joining Group B now.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, we really don't have many teams left. It's one team, it's Alliance, it's Geek Fam.
Yeah.
One team cannot go to Group B as well, so that's something to consider.
Worst case scenario, right, is EVOS ends up in Group B.
Oh my goodness. EVOS has to be in Group B, that's the thing.
Oh,
EVOS
yeah,
cannot
right.
be in Group B.
Oh my goodness.
This is a group of death right now, guys. I am so sorry. Whoever goes in Group B, you're not going to have a good time.
Well, in that case, right, then we have to figure out the overall power level as well, because NBR Esports and Geek Fam are still in the discussion. Which team would fit better into which group?
All right, well, let's throw it to L and get the confirmation. As you say, it seems like a foregone conclusion. A lot of these, with that rule in place to avoid same region teams playing up against each other. See, it will be drawn for Group B.
Holding my breath right now. We have very limited options left for these teams. I mean, EVOS as well as one team. We know which group they have to be in already. It's really just down to Alliance, Geek Fam, and there's one more team who I'm forgetting.
NBR Esports.
That's correct. NBR Esports as well.
All right, this is. I'm gonna make a gender and.
Alliance Singapore.
Oh no, we are the Alliance. They're gonna have a really tough time. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. That's a heartbreaker. Alright, guys.
What a stacked group. I mean, that just has it all right now, and it feels criminal that we can see, I don't want to say discrepancies, because obviously everybody deserves to be here, but to look at Group B, we're only 4 picks, and you're thinking, how on earth do we send 2 teams home?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm really hoping that like Geek Fam and SBTC both get, Geek Fam and NBR both get in Group B to make things a little bit more fair here. But it's gonna be impossible because we have EVOS who have to be in Group B as well. Oh man, this is the group of Beth, indeed.
Yeah, certainly is. And, well, we need to go back and figure out exactly how that will conclude, what it exactly will look like. Let's throw it back to L once more.
Look, I said Alliance was going to be in Group A. I now understand why our producer hates it when I say anything, because I am actually cursed.
Yeah, you actually rigged that, Grandin. All of Singapore's hopes and dreams have gone down the drain with you. Thank you very much.
Yo, welcome. Skimmy has taught me a new word for that. Chur, mate.
Chur, mate. That was probably the most forced mate I've ever heard in my life. But you know what? We'll take that. Just like we'll take this one here. It's going to be
esports. And they can't go into Group A because, like we've established, Buriram are already sitting happily there in Group A, and you cannot have two teams of the same region, unless it's Vietnam, of course. So that's going to be EVOS heading over to the super stacked Group B.
Yeah. Group B is terrifying right now.
Oh,
I would not be happy. And this is even scarier because now you've only got one team that can go in there, like you mentioned before, between MBR and Geek Family. You're just praying. You're just praying that they show up there if you're a fan of any of these teams so far in Group B.
Yeah, and honestly, I think all of these teams, right, unless your name's SBTC or something, you probably just want to be able to get out of groups for now. You don't want to worry about playoffs. I know there's a lot of concerns about, I don't want to be the 4th seed, so I have to face off against the other group's 1st seed. I think if you're in Group B, you don't care. You just want to get out of groups and you can breathe a sigh of relief. Well, you probably wouldn't want to play against one team as well, so you probably want to get at least 3rd, right? If you're in a group.
Yeah. You know, it doesn't. There's no big winning here. Honestly, you're really hoping for some good Group A action. At this point, you know, one team is gonna be there, so it's really just down to Geek Fam and MBI Esports. And I think we're looking at both of these two teams. They're quite comparable. We have seen quite a flash of brilliance from Boom Esports with that 3-0 win over Divine at the beginning. So this could be an indication that the Indonesian region has made good use of their off time and come back looking stronger than before. Geek Fam, I know Omo has mentioned he doesn't believe that they're that weak, but in my eyes, I still feel like there is a lot to be worked on with them.
Oh no, I do think they are. I just think that they are gonna be the way we call it is a water goals team.
All right.
Yeah, because you're gonna drown either way. You're just trying to drag someone down with you.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Well, analogies aside, let's throw it back to L and see exactly what it's going to be. Group A, 3 teams left, Geek Fam, MBR, as well as One Esports. But we know that One Esports have to be in Group A. You're now looking at those final teams to round out these comps.
Yeah, and it's really down to between MBR as well as Geek Fam, which group they get. I think both of these teams were praying.
I'm calling it. This is going to be Geek Fam A, isn't it? I can feel it.
It really might.
I feel it. It's 1 in 3 chances.
1 team.
Wow.
All right, 1 team.
Well, I mean, this is a team. This is where they had to be in anyway, right?
Yeah, they have to be in Group A. They cannot possibly be in Group B because you have Flash Wolves in there already.
Yeah, one team. You know, the previous first runner-ups to the competition for the Summer Super Cup, you know, there was a lot of discussion post-game. A lot of people were making an argument for, well, one team could have won that series, but they played against an opponent that directly countered their playstyle. You know, the kind of tempered aggression that the EVOS Thailand is so good at bringing. Against an opponent that is like from the Vietnamese region, for example, they could punish that much better. So going into this one, you know, there are still a lot of questions. We know they're strong. The question is now how strong. And in a group that is relatively forgiving to them, I mean, it just looks like one team is here to put on a show.
And you're probably happy also, Omo, that they are opposite sides of the bracket, so we could potentially get that 5-game banger grand final again.
That's a very real possibility as well. And for me, the big matchup that I already see shaping up in Group A is I want to see one team go up against Team Flash. I want to see Kid go up against Shy, and I think that that's going to be a super hype matchup with both of these guys being the big Baron lane carries.
Well, only 2 teams left to go. It's Malaysia and Indonesia with Geek Fam and MBR. So let's go back to L one more time, actually 2 more times, because we want to see exactly how things play out. But it will be that one more time to guarantee now where these teams will be planted.
She'll do you one better.
Tell you what, the last 2, you'd be terrified getting drawn at this stage, right? It's almost like sports where, you know, you're playing, you got captains, you're saying, why have I been drafted last? You are shaking in your boots looking at this.
There we go. First capsule's already been open. Involuntarily opened in the box. Now, will I be correct?
Oh my goodness, Group A is so free! MBR is not a bad team. from what I understand, NPR is not a bad team by a long shot. It might be typically acknowledged that, like, you know, the Indonesian region is a little bit weaker in terms of strength. But NPR swept the region, and they are looking a cut above, and they are going to be in Group B. We see Geek Fam, of course, this is the team that played out a full series with BJD. But we saw how BJD looked in play-in, so I don't have high hopes for Geek Fam as well.
Well, Geek Fam came into this series and they've been growing exponentially. They lost their all-star mid laner from the previous season, and then they came into this one a little bit shaky to start. But then as they went deeper and deeper in the competition, moving all the way into the finals, they brought them to the 7-game series and pulled out the win for the 3. And so, well, there is some hope there, but I have to say, I am truly cursed. As I said, Alliance was going to A, Geek Fam were going to A. I was wrong on both instances, so I think statistically, I am actually looking pretty good here.
Wait, no, isn't Geek Fam going to A?
Oh, it wasn't the first draw for...
I think NBR went into B.
I'm pretty sure NBR's for Group B as we have one esports going into Group A.
Let's see
we'll get
the
confirmation in a second. Absolutely.
Look, let me tell you, there is not a single bad team in Group B. That's the truth. Like, honestly, if you take any of these teams from Group B and you slot them into Group A, I could see them making it out. Oh, wait, you're right. Geek Fam is in Group B.
Of course I am correct. Never doubt me ever again, Omo.
I will keep that in mind, but at least there is Geek Fam in Group B, and I'm sorry to say it, right, but this is kind of like a group where they are going to get beaten up a little bit, but I'm really looking out for Geek Fam, because like I said, right, I expect them to be so-called the water spirit team. If any team in Group B loses to Geek Fam, you're basically out. You cannot make it to playoffs. That's almost how intense it's going to be.
Yeah, once I hit the head, it kind of goes into account as well. That's really where the difference is probably going to be made. We're looking to see how these teams are going to pull ahead, because we have a lot of the really strong first seeds. Because you have to take into account playing teams who are in here as well. Yeah. But we have 2 playing teams from 2 of the strongest regions, the 2nd seed from that. Whereas, I mean, it's maybe a little bit luckier, maybe a little bit lighter that we see in Group A. Some teams that we haven't got a clear indication of their power level. So that's why it's so difficult to assess where Group A really is.
You know what's terrifying for me, though, is the fact that, minus the teams that haven't made it here for this international, you're kind of running things back with the Summer Super Cup and saying the top 6 of that, plant them in Group B and have at it.
Pretty much, right? I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Barring one team and Team Secret, I think we're seeing all the top teams here in Group B. I mean, if we want to give our predictions a little bit, I think it's pretty clear who's going to make it out of Group A, but I'm going to give some pretty spicy predictions for Group B. I'm not going to go into it right yet now, though. I know
he doesn't want to reveal it just yet.
Flash Wolves to stop making it out of Group B.
Oh, man.
You just said it.
Yeah, I just said it. I mean, I think Flash Wolves and Geek Fam are not making it out of Group B. That's my expectation, but I might be wrong, you know?
Yeah, this really couldn't have gone any other way, could it? Like, the only thing that could have possibly changed was Team Secret drawn into Group B and Flash was drawn into A instead of one team. Like, this is so close to the perfect Group B, the ultimate gladiator battle. It's like you have the... It's like you have the Coliseum
in a group stage, basically.
Yeah, you have the full Coliseum with all the best gladiators, and then Group A is like the budget one at the side. You know, it's like the offshoot side branch kind of thing. But it's still interesting to see for sure. I mean, we still have some really powerful teams in there, and it's really about them putting on a show more so than it is to just get in and qualify, right? It's about them smashing apart the group and showing exactly where they're at.
I think the counterpoint that we have to bring up, though, is you have to keep in mind, if you are a team that survives Group B, your first couple rounds of playoffs is going to be smooth sailing. You're going to be happy. You're going to have a pretty good time going up against any team that's not like one team or Team Secret. I think you're happy. If you're the
but
first
I mean, riddle me this,
seed,
though, Omo.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about play-ins being a way to nurture, mature, to understand. Talk about how grizzled you're going to be. I mean, you're going to have like a 15 feet long beard. You're going to be coming out and saying, like, you know, all these scars. But like, I survived the group of Beth. You know, you think you're from Group A? It's free. A, B, C. We're not. It's not a marking sheet. We're not at high school anymore. No. B is the magical letter. And I mean, if I've made it through as that top 4, then how on earth are you going to go toe-to-toe with us?
I mean, I completely agree, right? To me, if you look at this Group B, I would pretty much say that the champions of the whole C championships is going to be coming from Group B. I think there's a very high likelihood of that.
Interesting. What do you think, Random? You think Group B will have our potential winner?
Yeah, Group B just looks really stacked. I mean, on paper, that's how it feels right now. But at the same time, you know, we've been proven wrong before, so I'm not going to jump too deep into it.
I
but
will
then
jump
again,
the gun. The champion will come from Group B.
I am cursed, right? If I say it, it's never going to happen. So in order to not have these teams look for me and then take me out, right? I'm going to protect myself. I'm not going to call anything just yet. I'll give them the time to go into group stage before I say something.
Well, if you're not superstitious like Grandin, if you are a believer, and if you are a Chad like Omo, then Group B may just be where your eyes are firmly fixated on. Yes, that's right, Twitch chat. I'm looking at you. Maybe you're excited for Group B as well, because it has it all. It really does have it all, and you won't have long to wait to find out how these groups will play out, because that does it for the live group draw. That does it for the play-ins, and we can now well and truly get ourselves excited for the group stages.
I'm hyped.
Chance. It's going to be hype. It's going to be fantastic. And it's not too far away. It's going to all kick off day 1 of groups, September 23rd. That's not too far to wait. That is this Thursday. So be sure to stay followed, stay engaged, and stay excited. But until then, have a good night. We'll see you later.